but you're gonna kick my teeth down your throat. I'll come out and clean some house. You ain't cleaning nothing up at the toilet.
Hello everybody and welcome to another TierMaker episode on the GregsynthWizard channel. And today it's going to be slightly different because on the previous few TierMakers we have been dealing with prime live Elton John, drugs, recklessness, goofiness, and absolutely hilarious, entertaining commentary. Most of that can be thrown out the window with this one, with the exception of the last few bits, because we're going to be jumping ahead a number of years to the 90s. And we're going to be talking about the Big Picture Tour and some surrounding gigs that are leading up to this tour. And this is going to be vastly different because we have sobriety and we have focus and we have completely different mindsets on stage, completely different band, a completely different Elton, completely different album, completely different. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing. No. This could be absolutely amazing, and I don't want to make any judgments right now because we have multiple people with me that would like to talk about this tour and the surrounding gigs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand the mic over to one of my favorite people in the territory of England, and his name is TheEltonBootlegs because he's been calling me wanting to do this forever. So go ahead, floor's yours.
Oh, thank you very much. It feels weird because I'm not used to doing TierMakers in the 80s. Now we move to the 90s in a period of time that we've never looked at before. This is one of my joint favourite tours of the 90s. There is another one that I have in mind that I'm not going to reveal yet and will hopefully reveal in the next couple of years when we come round to doing it, especially because there is so much stuff to talk about. The key word for this tour is consistency. I mean, there are plenty of top quality performances throughout on both legs as well, the US and the one. I can't wait to get into the discussions about this, and I'm sure there are other people here that are just chomping at the bit to get involved.
Oh, absolutely. Excuse me. And yeah, it's just I'm salivating right now. But yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take over for a couple minutes here and explain about 97. Roller coaster is how I would describe the journey to get to this point, because we can trace this all the way back to probably about 10 years ago when the shows that we're going to be discussing were either not yet really circulating properly or the quality was abysmal or high gen. Like, we're talking like MP3 low bit rate stuff where it's all noise and made it really difficult to decipher stuff. We've had gigs where half the songs are missing, bad quality, and just it was kind of a mess. And I'm thinking to myself, man, if we're going to talk about this tour, it's going to be hard because we don't have a lot of high quality tapes. But thankfully, as the years went on, doing parts of transferring and getting in touch with people and establishing, healthy relationships with other collectors and people that, collect these musical ROIOs, we have finally managed to get ourselves on the right track and got a healthy amount of upgrades to these shows, whether it be through one-on-one sharing the links, or some nice person goes on a site like Dime a Dozen or something and puts out the master tape, which is awesome. So it's been a long time in the making because we've always wanted to talk about this tour, even going back to the early days where the quality was bad. We knew there was a lot of potential, but we just didn't have the heart, the time, or the desire really to do it because of just what the cards we were dealt. But finally, there's no more excuses, and there's no more hiding behind bad tapes, because now we have proper recordings and proper generations. So we can finally discuss this stuff, and I can't wait, to really talk about these shows. We're going to be talking about the tour itself, also a couple of shows before the tour, and then kind of briefly talk about one-off performances, through 96, 97. So it's going to be fun-filled. But going back to the tour proper, this was a tour I always liked, but never really gave it the proper chance because of, the state of the recordings. But now it's like we have proper stuff. Listen to it. It's so consistent. It's really, really good. And it's kind of weird listening to a completely different era when, you're so used to like a set, group of shows from a certain decade. You talk about it all the time. Then you go into this new territory and it's like, oh, this is like brand new. It's almost like you're uncovering hidden treasure for the first time. So many surprises. I am so looking forward to this. And I know in the background there's somebody that's just like chomping at the bit, snot's running down his nose, and saliva's coming out of his mouth because he's been waiting for a decade to discuss this. So, TSS Killer, it's your turn.
Thank you, Greg. First of all, I want to say that this is a long time coming, because Greg and his stubborn ass wants to take 10 years to fucking do this when we've had 6 1985 and 86 debates, and we had 0 for the 1997, which I actually rank, as asinine as it may seem, 97 for me ranks higher than the 85-86 tour, and I'll tell you why. Number one, in my opinion, the band and the orchestra, not the orchestrations, but the arrangements are superior in regards to like the 85-86 stuff. Like you see Honky Cat, for example. I would say that it's the best arrangement of the song, period. Compared to 85, the early, the UK 85-86. Number two, consistency in the set list. I would say that there's a lot less misses on here than I want to say the 85-86 stuff. But the most important thing though is that a lot of the core elements that made the band great in 85-86 are also present in 97. One being, obviously Elton and fantastic voice, and also Charlie Morgan, the drummer, which I think still is probably my favorite Elton drummer and a lot of people's favorite drummers. And especially, some of his work on 97 can par or best the 85-86 stuff. Just the way that, Charlie meshes with the band, and Bob Birch, which probably, it's kind of interesting we say this, Bob Birch in 92 was crazy, but 97, he was just like in the pocket. He was like, on certain nights he was very adventurous, and did some of his best bass work for Elton during this time period. And realistically, yeah, even though, as we will find out, there are some hills and valleys in terms of the tour, it is a hell of a lot more consistent than other tours such as 85-86, as we said, and also 84, because 84 America, for example, was very hit or miss, especially with Elton's state of mind and sickness and all that. But I have an unconditional love for this tour, and we're gonna find out in just a few moments why. But yeah, this is my favorite Elton tour of all time.
Yes, and before we get into talking about the shows properly and ranking them, we should rewind it a bit and take us back to about '96 because that's kind of like where this whole era started to have its embryonic stage and the voice, because there's a difference from '95 to '96. There's a lot of one-off performances. Then you go into '97 and you have more one-offs. So it's like I think there's just so much to talk about outside of the tour that we can't just ignore it.
Hmm.
But I'll start off by saying in '96, after the Made in England tour ended, Elton got a lot of rest because he didn't really go out on the road during this time. He basically did one-off performances like rainforest stuff, one-off TV appearances to promote stuff from love songs, and then like a gig, like 5 songs at one gig. So he really wasn't on the road performing all that much. So this really restored his voice to, one of the quote peak eras that are outside of the classic prime live of '79 through to early '86. '96 was the start of one of these peaks. There's some really good stuff outside of the tour on these one-off performances. Like in '96, there was a rainforest benefit show that Elton sang a few songs on. There's like a Philadelphia Freedom where he's just like throwing his voice around. He sounds awesome. There's falsetto, and it's a completely different voice compared to '95. It's much more fresh sounding. It's more flexible. It sounds healthier. It sounds fantastic. And then you get to hear "Live Like Horses" in '96. Again, sounds excellent. And then '97 you have some one-off. Like there's another Rainforest in '97 where he does some vocals on "My Girl" from the Temptations, and he does like bits of "Get Ready" from the Temptations, and it's like he sounds awesome. And then the one-off, like the TV appearances, like on Conan O'Brien, where he's doing Border Song and stuff like that. It's like it's a revitalized voice. The voice sounds nothing like '95. It's a fresher tone, and it's much more pleasing to hear, especially when you get into like smoothness and belting and resonance. And to hear songs sung in the live environment, like "You Can Make History Again," done just solo instead of the album version, it just highlights just how good he was, during this era. And there's a lot to talk about even on the one-off appearances. So TSS, you want to kind of elaborate on his voice from this time frame?
Oh yes. So the interesting thing about Elton's voice during this time is that, as Greg mentioned, it was like kind of a revitalized voice. It's just a miracle, you go back to like, him, we go back to like Paris '95, and then you fast forward 2 years, and he sounds nothing like he did in '95, because he like destroyed his voice on touring with Billy Joel on the Face to Face throughout '94 and '95, and then when he had the rest, it completely healed his voice to a point where you have a revitalized voice that sounds like an aged version of his early '86 voice, where it's flexible. And plus now, since it's older and maturer sounding, it has a very pleasing tone. It has the flexibility. That parts of his voice, especially in the mid-fourth, sounds like a deeper version of his 1984 voice. And even some of the deliveries match that. Like "Don't Light the Sun." Like I have not appreciated that song until I listened to the whole thing on this tour. I love "Don't Let the Sun" from this tour. It's probably the best vocal tour outside of Euro '84 that the song has sounded. Because just the sustains, the flexibility, and the soft tone. The soft tone is back. Because the biggest issue that I find with all of the years past a certain point, like let's take for example, since April of '86, he didn't really have the soft tone delivery in his voice. You go to Reg Tour, nope. Sleeping, nope. One Tour, hell no. Made in England, no. And then you come here, and then you have the soft tone delivery just back. It is the voice is 100% healed, and he has lost nothing. And there's some really surprising performances that we're going to talk about in each of the gigs that really make it stand out. And it is definitely worth your listen because it's just worth it. You know, it's just very audibly pleasing. You have the backing band that accentuates this, and the backing harmonies with Billy Trudell as well. It is just absolutely amazing. We're going to talk about some of the songs, but you're going to understand that once you listen to a few of these shows, you know that this is going to be something special. But yeah, Elton is. I would say that the best that has ever sounded in the '90s, and it would not sound as flexible ever again.
Yeah, because it's a really unique and special time for the voice. Because, I know that the voice during this time frame is a different voice compared to what he sounded like a decade earlier. But you still have the same qualities of some of the best work he's done in the '80s, factoring into the stuff that you can hear in '96 and '97, where yes, I know the range is lower, the tessitura is lower, passaggio is lower, tone is deeper, more mature. I get it, but there's some really surprising performances where, like, I didn't even expect it to happen, or like, how did he pull this off, or I'm listening to these performances and I'm like, he lost nothing. It's more mature, but it's just as good. It's on par with the Prime Live or something. And then there's like a song or two that absolutely slays versions he did 20 years prior to this tour, which blew my mind because I didn't expect that to happen. But I've been surprised before. So that's that. Elton Bootlegs, you want to add anything about this?
I pretty much agree with what you two have just said. Although when TSS said it was worth it, I did think about interjecting and mention it's a L'Oreal tour. Worth it. But no, I haven't really got much to add to that. Everything was very succinctly put. But once we get into the gigs, there'll be songs from certain gigs I'll be bigging up.
Yep.
What about our other guest? Is he been referred to yet?
Oh, we have.
How can we forget?
How can we forget?
Typical Greg.
Hey! Come on! I just needed to hear that cackle. But yeah, Lucasoli Ethan, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
So as our very special guest on this episode, you want to say anything?
Say anything about the tour?
Well, I mean, like you guys said, like for him to sound this good at this stage of his career was really impressive. So, I mean, no wonder he gave an interview, I believe, sometime after the tour, saying it was the best he's ever sang. So,
yeah, it was. I think he said. Yeah.
Go on.
I believe he said that after the second Wembley gig of '97. So it was like right after the final show of the tour. I remember reading a quote in I think it was his songbook, where he said to I think it was John Jorgensen. He said, "I don't think I can sing or play any better than I just did." So essentially, he was putting himself over as, this is the best I can do. This is my peak, and I can't do any better than I did on this night. So, and that's one of the shows like I would love to hear that.
Yeah.
Gig.
No, yeah,
Absolutely.
definitely.
So before we jump into the shows, one question I would like to ask,
Mm-hmm.
and this is bouncing off what Elton said, taking this era, the '97 gigs, the '97 performances,
Right.
and then going off what Elton said, is this the era where he couldn't sing or play any better than he did here?
Yes.
I'd agree. Yeah.
In the
I,
90s,
I
yeah.
it's because it's because you have like the perfect storm. Elton in top voice, the band pretty much tight, tight as a toiger, all that shit.
Toy is a toy. What a film that is.
Yes, but
Man,
still,
my
I
skin's
would
peeling
say
off. Hold on, go ahead.
Oh, that was me last month after I sat in the sun for too long. I'm peeling.
oh, TSS, that's your keeper. Go ahead.
But you have Elton, you have the band pretty much in top form. Also, John Mahon joined on this tour, and 25 years later, he's still on the band. And he's a very great percussionist. And early on, he didn't show any backing vocals because you had Billy Trudell. But in later years, he really showed his prowess. But in all things considered, like I said, the core of the band that we have here lasted for quite a while, even after this tour, and you could tell that they mesh well together. Like I still say that this band is probably Elton's best band. Period. Like I can't I could only name a few other bands that would come close, but I think this one, in terms of like the chemistry with the band, and especially if you see them on video, I think like the Nashville '98 video, I think that this is probably like the best band that Elton has ever had in terms of like chemistry and having fun on stage.
Yeah, and then if you go to the Made in England tour, the nucleus of this band is on the Made in England tour, so you can actually realistically say that this band lasted from '95 all the way up to mid '98.
Yeah.
Because the only differences between Made in England and the Big Picture early bands is you have the addition of John Mayall and Billy Trudell, but the nucleus is still the exact same.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, but going off what Elton said, it's like, yeah, like in some ways I would say yes, because you have one of the absolute best, if not the best, group of musicians to ever play with Elton and his material on the stage. And, this is one of those, peak tours for Elton's live performances. So I can definitely understand why he would mention, that this is, that he couldn't perform or sing any better than he did on this tour, or at least on that gig. Although, on the other hand, it's hard for me to compare this greatness to the greatness from, 79 and Euro 84. So it's like, it's really hard to compare because they're completely different eras. But I will say, though, in fairness to Elton, of the band shows from the 90s, I will take this era any day and put it as number one. Over all the band tours of the 90s. Because I can't really compare this to the solo stuff or the Ray Cooper stuff. But in terms of Elton and the band, I would say the 97 era and, early 98 is the tops. And that's just me. So, you guys ready to talk about the shows?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, so...
Yes.
So, weeding through all this stuff, we're just going to be talking about, the concert performances, not really the one-offs, because it's hard to kind of rank them onto a tier maker compared to everything else. So the stuff before the tour that is going to be talked about will be a Schoffenberg, Audience with Elton John, and the House of Blues. So a Schoffenberg will be up first. And yeah, this is the first full show Elton has done since late 95. And what a return to form, because the musicianship is very tight. Elton sounds absolutely fantastic on this show. Very clear, fresh voice. The set list is very close to the Made in England set list, except with a few additions and some modifications. But the bulk of it is essentially the 95 set list. And I gotta say, he sounds so much better on this Schoffenberg show compared to anything from 95. Just so fresh sounding. The new band, or I should say the updated version of the band, sound fantastic. I do highly recommend this gig, especially after the upgrade or the better source that came out, where it's much less tinny, and it's got a warmer sound to it. Definitely recommend it. It's not completely flawless. There's a few like missteps with lyrics and a couple bum notes from the band, but all in all, it's pretty much excellence. Very, very good start to this. I want to put a Schoffenberg. I'm going to start off strong. Let's put a Schoffenberg at S. I think we're going to put it in the S ranking. And then once we start figuring out where other gigs go, we can, do, low, high, mid, whatever. But I'm going to comfortably put a Schoffenberg at S, just because overall I think it's fantastic. And I believe TSS Killers mentioned that the Schoffenberg at one point was his favorite show, or at least in his top 5. So, or something like that. So why don't you go ahead with a Schoffenberg? What's your thoughts on that gig?
Well, this is realistically the first show that we could definitely tell that this is a show of excellence. Yeah, even though there's some mistiming and maybe some lyric flubs, the vocal deliveries are still top notch. I'd say "Simple Life" from the show is the best version of the song, even though he flubs some of the words in the second verse. But he belts out A4s towards the end, and just delivers the song with so much passion and conviction. Also, "I'm Still Standing" is great. He hits some B flats. The "Love Lies Bleeding" is the best version of the 90s, because he actually hits the A4s on top and actually hits a lot of prime live phrasing in the last chorus and holds out an A4 at the end, both A4s. It's just fantastic all around. Border Song, again, great. "Live Like Horses," which is the best version with the band, and it's too bad it didn't play it on the tour. It would have sounded great. I love that arrangement. "I Don't Wanna," again, it's just nice seeing these songs, especially "Believe" and "Made in England," where it doesn't sound like he's thrashing his fucking voice. "Benny" sounds like an 86 version. "Bitches Back" has prime live A4 in it at the on the last chorus. So I'm actually going to put it in mid all-star here. Even though with some faults, I still say that this gig belongs there, because it really shows the vocal flexibility and how much time off he's had. And this still is one of my top 5 gigs of all time. So I'm going to put it into a mid all-star in this one.
Elton Bootlegs, how about you?
Oh dear. TSS and the Elton Bootlegs 1, Gregsynth 0.
You're so full of fucking shit. Why don't you go ahead and
Well, I had
explain
this in the All-Star category anyway, to begin with. So, this show is amazing. Compare it to 95. I'm Still Standing shits all over those versions. My God.
Where if he hits a G4 on a Made in England, it's a good night.
It's G4, great success. We like. Well, we don't like, but
that was close enough. Okay, it's fine. Having a good night at the office.
Great. But I mean, the thing is is as well with 95 shows, and I'll make this aside. I mean, musically they're great. It's just the voice, it's just. Anyway, and then you get to these shows, and they're just terrific. And this one in particular, I mean, Love Lies Bleeding is sensational, and you just go through this whole gig, and I just love listening to this, and it's a great starting point as well. You can tell that they're fresh. You can tell they've had time off. And like TSS, I am forgiving of slight flub because you've not played the material in so long. You might have only had so much time to rehearse it. The other big positive is at least he's playing a fucking festival again.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you for coming to Standing Out in the Rain, but I ain't playing any of these fucking festivals again. I felt that when he said it. Yeah, I would have this as a mid all-star gig as well.
Yeah, and also
strong beginning.
Yeah, and also to key off of Elton Bootlegs here, it's the only 1997 performance of Candle in the Wind because Diana was still alive at that point.
She was indeed. Rest in peace.
Indeed.
But yeah, I would also like to add to this a Schoffenberg performance that this is really the first instance after the 95 stuff where the soft tone is much more evident, and you start to hear, especially on the ballads, that some of the characteristics of his 80s voice are starting to poke through. Like on Don't Let the Sun, it's really clean, sustained phrases, which, it sounds really good on a song like that. So yeah, I love the performances, and something about the way you look tonight, first live version we have, and it's a really strong live version, and it's apart from a couple little minor things, it's excellent. So I mean, when I put it at S, and I'm not gonna make the mistake like fucking Sheffield because that was bullshit. But about
you just did put it at S.
No, but I have a better explanation. I put it at the higher end of S because I'm trying to look at it in the sense of comparing it to things that are coming up.
You didn't say higher or lower. You just said S.
Well, yeah, but still, whatever. So yeah. I had it at the uppermost S just because of the little things comparing it to future gigs. But it's still already excellent. God fucking damn it. Okay. Low all-star, fuck you guys. I'm moving up. Okay. I'll move it up.
What about Ethan? He might have something to say.
I agree with all of you. Like it's an all-star.
Yay!
Yeah, I like Love Lies Bleeding. Honest, I think it sounds better than a lot of the Prime Live version because his voice is fucking warmed up. You're not getting
it's also the second last song of the set, which is crazy.
Yeah.
I think most people will probably think he's starting another gig again when he starts up with that. Oh, hang on a minute! I didn't realize it was a 4-hour show.
Yeah, he actually sounds better, with the exception of maybe like UK 82 and maybe some of the better 80 ones. But yeah, what more can I say? Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, I'll put it at low all star as a compromise because I'm just comparing it to things later on.
Okay.
But it's still all stars.
Still lose.
This isn't good. So next we have an audience with Elton John. And this is going to be an interesting one because it's a completely different format compared with all these other shows. You have guests. You have a unique set list. You have new songs, old songs, cover songs, varying results, interesting results, funny stuff. So for me personally, I'll start this one off in the sense that I'm gonna put the ranking up there, and I'm gonna keep it at A. And I'm gonna put it at A because I do enjoy listening to it. But compared to a Schoffenberg, this isn't, isn't quite up there at All Star or S or whatever, because there's some like there's a hit and miss sort of a thing going on with some of the performances. Like I'm Still Standing doesn't sound like a Schoffenberg's version at all. It's very rough sounding, for the time period. I mean, he does try, so I'll give him credit, but it's not the cleanest delivery I've heard. But there's some good stuff like "Don't Go Breaking My Heart," even though the Spice Girls, have their way of singing in varying keys. Elton sounds really good. But it's a shame Juicy wasn't there to save the day. And then
yes, yeah,
and then
waiting for that one. Yes.
but they got some interesting stuff. Like he sings "Abide with Me," which totally took me by surprise, and he does a fairly good job with it. River Can Bend is very, very solid, very gritty. The cooking oven song is always fun to hear, and I had a misfire with my own oven a few days ago, and that song kind of haunts me now. Philadelphia Freedom, surprising, very gutsy, going for B flats, and bravely goes for the Yes I Do at the end, which I'm like, where'd this come from? But it's a fun listen, but it's sort of a little bit hit and miss with some of the performers and stuff. So I'm gonna just keep it at A, because I think the good bits are really, really good and kind of balance it out with some of the rougher bits. So I'm just gonna keep it at A. TSS, how about you?
I'm actually going to put it in the lowest of S's. The reason why is even though I'm Still Standing is a vocal train wreck, he still has much better tone than some of the later gigs when he had the flu. But the Philadelphia Freedom is probably one of his best versions of the song, considering that he does album phrasing. Philadelphia Freedom, yeah. He goes down on the chorus, and he also does I Like Living Easy Without Family Ties, so fucking clean. And then hitting like the B flats and the choruses like the falsetto tips like an 84, and then hitting nailing the Yes I Do on B flat like an 86 and 88. And then of course the A flat Shine the Lights at the end of the choruses, just fucking great. And also he does like Philadelphia Freedom. He actually goes up, and it's just like, yeah, it's just great stuff. And then he goes, then he hits another one on Shine on Me. He hits another B flat on top of that. Great performance there. Again with If the River Can Bend, great. Even though it has lyrical flubs in like Saturday Night, still a great. Like the band, like in terms of like the mix, you hear the band is very tight. And it's just really enjoyable to listen to. And like I said, the Oven Manual song, that's one of the best improv stuff that Elton has ever done. And also the interviews are fun too. The experience still warrants a lowest of S ranking. And also it's probably the second realistically the highest quality version of the I'm Still Standing intro from like 95, the 95 arrangement that you'll ever hear. So that gives it, the positives, aside from the I'm Still Standing being a kind of a mixed bag, like him overshooting the B flat and stuff. But yeah.
I mean, it's like the reason why I would put it, lower is, because when I'm listening to some of the performances, it's not necessarily Elton or his band that's really making, some of these notorious mistakes. But if you're going to like the Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting, there's flub lyrics, about motorbikes and stuff, which is funny. But holy shit, I don't know who trained the singers that went up on stage. And they're just shouting random harmony notes that don't even fit in any of the keys.
It makes it more entertaining though.
That's the reason the sports stars are not musicians.
Hell, it sounds like balls were hitting their throat or something. It's like it's fucking awful.
And also,
Saturday, Saturday. So it's like,
like-
yeah, and then Can You Feel the Love Tonight? Also, fantastic version.
Yeah, so
And
like
one of the best.
So there's some really good stuff on here, no doubt. But I'm like, there's
Entertaining. It's just entertaining.
It's entertaining. Entertaining.
Yeah, because actually, there's more energy and entertaining than a lot of the gigs actually, and on the tour proper actually. To some of them that have less
this is
energy.
It's a lot more intimate. That I think that's what helps with the setting and.
Right.
And it's,
Okay.
Okay, so Elton Bootlegs.
okay.
What would you like to say about this? Because I know you have quite a few things to say.
I do. And the best bit is, TSS is going to believe that I'm looking at his notes here, but I also gave it a low S. Because although you've got I'm Still Standing, yeah, he sounds rough, but it is better than everything from 95. Saturday Night, yeah, you have the chorus, but I love the fact that you watch Elton jump up from the piano to pull Graham Taylor forward, so he is seen there on the front row having a great time. But he can sing. But there are loads of performances on this show that are just fantastic. Don't Go Breaking Heart, My Heart wouldn't be my favourite. As much as I loved the Spice Girls back in the day, yeah, I don't think that's a song for them. And the fact they had Kiki D sat in the audience, I don't know what she thought of that. I mean, she looked to be having a great time anyway. She probably thought, yes, I've got a night off. I don't have to do anything. If the River Can Bend sounds amazing, especially with the choir. That is fantastic. Song for Guy and Believe is a great remix. It isn't two songs you think you could put together, but you can. The Pet Shop Boys are very good at that. And also when you've got Sting coming on as well, I particularly enjoy the bit where Elton goes into the audience with the wigs. Who should wear this? Sting! Sting! All right, then you can wear that. And the fact that the best bit about this show as well, when they model the costumes, the amount of 1986 costumes that they have, it's like, yeah, you won't want to be sat behind him at the theatre. Like, yeah. But overall, this is a really, really fun listen. And the fact that it's an audience full of celebrities as well asking the questions. And there's some stuff in there that I don't think you get away with now. My personal favourite question comes from Janet Street Porter, who asks about hair removal cream. So yeah, you recommended it. I was like, oh, all right. Oh God, Janet, you. Yeah, she's an entertaining character.
Oh, and my question for you is, how high can Elton John sing?
Something like that.
I
Get
love
a top C.
Yeah, I love how he says, I can get above a top C. And the best part is he wasn't fucking lying, too. Cause
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't lying.
But then the best bit, but then he goes on to lie and says, but after the operation, my falsetto went. No, he didn't.
I was just joking.
He still goes along with that adage. It's
just to ruffle the feathers of the frickin' tabloids.
Yeah, but it's like, I just love that. It's like, how high can you sing? And it's like I used to have really good falsetto, but I had something removed from my throat. it's like, I mean, it is entertaining. I just had it at an A because of the some of the inconsistencies were a little more noted on this compared to Schoffenberg and some upcoming shows. But
it's great that your relative John Barnes was on. Great to see him, the former Liverpool football player.
Well, I'm related to him, but yeah. Ethan, do you have want to add anything to the audience with Elton John stuff?
Not really. I think it's just more. I think this is just more like fun than anything else. I don't think he was taking it too seriously, so I'm not really taking it too seriously. I think it's a low S just because it's more fun than anything else. Like, it's not meant to be taken too seriously.
So essentially,
Meanwhile, you've got Greg there, like, well, you've got the harmonies wrong in Saturday Night because they're not singers. The Spice Girls, no, to be fair, the Spice Girls are singers.
So wait, hang on a second. So this is basically saying I'm taking it too seriously by putting it at A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Start House of
Bootlegs,
Blues.
Yes, that's an
Elton
even
Bootlegs.
2. Greg Synth, nil.
Elton Bootlegs, start House of Blues.
Start it. Oh my word. This is something else that is different as well from the two. It's Elton on his own. And there are so many performances here that are just incredible. And I'm actually going to give my ranking. I would stick this in the All-Star category for unique moments as well. We have, considering the week before he said he lost his falsetto, how on earth he hit the third chorus Benny magazine note? Well, maybe he thought that the press weren't listening, so he thought, do you know what? I'll just show off here. It's just, you can tell by his playing and how he is. The man is just a complete package at the current moment. Like, you listen to the way he plays the piano, it is just sublime. Leave On for me is one of the best versions post-surgery. I absolutely adore it, and it's something that I listen to very frequently. Don't Let the Sun is magnificent as what a way to end the show as well. In fact, you know what? It's coming out already. Mwah! Chef's kiss. That's what it gets.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised TSS didn't do it first. But okay.
Yeah, I am, but I'm getting there before he does. This is sublime. I am going to put this in the All-Star category. I'm going to put it low to mid. I'm not going to say right at the very top, because I think there are one or two later on in the tour, and plus also the number of songs as well. That's what. It only tempers the enthusiasm for that reason. Nothing because there's not 25 songs or anything like that. I understand why there'd be songs, obviously, because he's talking between songs as well. So
yeah,
it just sounds great.
Yeah. For me, House of Blues goes right to
the E category.
Yeah, B for blues, but no, it's going it's going straight to All Stars, without hesitation, because it is super consistent. You have over an hour of Elton just sounding and playing so well on these songs. Very intimate atmosphere. His singing is phenomenal because it's just him and the piano. And yeah, this is his natural voice, and this is how he's supposed to sound. And he sounds amazing. You have a clear tone, a very smooth tone. And just to hear these vintage Elton songs like Talking Old Soldiers being performed when he's 50, with the more mature voice, it's like the song completely takes on a whole new dimension with that voice. He sounds amazing. I Don't Want is a fun version, very energetic, and it's a very clean vocal delivery. Even though he does the overdriven bits that are basically a normal part of the song, the natural tone is a little higher and cleaner sounding than stuff on the tour. So you almost get like it's like almost a different take on the song. Daniel and Don't Let the Song are among the best versions from the decade. Some of the best versions post-'80s, post-surgery. Just pretty much almost flawless performances. Benny, super quirky. The magazine falsetto. Elton lost falsetto. Yeah, I have a few things to say about that. But yeah, I mean, overall, this is one of my favorite things to listen to. If I want to listen to something from '97, just because the audio quality is so good and the performances are so good, and the only real the only real flaw on this show that I can think of would be like on Benny, where he like gets carried away with the plane so much with like the so energetic that he plays ahead. He plays the chords early going up to the magazine falsetto, but then he stops it and like kind of like, so it's like he makes a mistake and then he makes it work,
Yeah.
with how he does it. So it's one of those things where if you weren't like focused in on it, you would have completely written it off as like just a different way of doing it. But apart from that, it's the whole gig is almost flawless. It's one of the best things from '97 from start to finish. It's highly recommended. It's an all-star. Like I'm not even going to hesitate to debate whether it goes to all-star because it is all-star. So TSS, go ahead.
All right, so this is going to go straight into All-Star behind the Schoffenberg. So the reason why I love this gig so much is not only because of the different takes of songs in the solo environment. Talking Old Soldiers, fantastic. Also another one, Blues is just so fucking good. It's just so glidey. Leave On, where he completely nails the pre-chorus, which is, in my opinion, like one of his best vocal deliveries of that line, like ever. Where you have his very mature sounding tone, but he's singing the pre-chorus like 84, and he nails it, completely freaking nails it. And also does the scoop on Leave On at the beginning of that chorus, and it's like I said, it's like 84. It's like a deeper version, and very consistent vocally. The Benny magazine note is probably the best note, one of the best notes he's hit post-surgery. And Don't Let the Sun is just, like I said, just fantastic. It's just like the whole show is really well-rounded. And of course, like I said, the I Don't Wanna, where his voice is so clean that he's trying to grit his voice, but it fails because his voice is so clean. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. He's trying to growl, but he can't because his voice is too clean. Like any of those big picture ballads, they work fantastically.
Yeah, because on Long Way from Happiness, we only have the one we have the House of Blues solo one, and then we have the Winston-Salem one, and so you get a solo version and a band version, and I'm assuming it was on Atlanta.
We can't confirm that, but I'm pretty sure it probably is.
So, but yeah, the big picture songs, even if I don't like the songs, like in general, they're miles better in the live environment compared to the studio cuts.
For sure.
So yeah, that's why I'll sit through big picture songs live, because at least I'm going to get a natural sounding band and often better vocals.
Yeah.
In the live environment compared to the studio cut. So, House of Blues is an all-star gig for me, like without like any hesitation.
Correct.
Ethan.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna say no to that. That's like, it's 1,000% a fun little show where Elton sounds great and the piano playing's on, like, he's played out of his mind. The Last Snow and B4 and Benny and stuff like that. The smoothness on I Don't Wanna and the piano solos on I Don't Wanna is really good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know what more else I can say, because you've said it all. So
all right, yeah, and it's like, Ethan, you gotta be louder. But also, man, imagine playing that song on this tour. But so now we got those 3 pre-tour gigs out of the way. So now we're going to go into the actual tour proper. Now, sadly, Atlanta, we have 3 1/3 songs, or like some goofy amount.
And they do deserve to be talked about at least a little bit.
So yeah, so go ahead. You want to start with Simple Life?
Yeah. So Simple Life is very interesting because it has some aspects of the Schoffenberg version, as there's very aggressive like G's and A's in it, and it's unfortunate that this isn't complete because this is a soundboard, and it sounds fantastic. Like Clive Franks, he knew how. I mean, at this point, you hear it mixed, and the mix is just perfect. Like you hear the intro, you hear guys' keyboards, you hear pretty much everything. And like I said, the vocal delivery, like I said, is solid. And unlike Schoffenberg, he actually knows the damn words. And it's just about that version of Simple Life is just as strong as the Schoffenberg's version.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. It's very aggressively sung, and he's thrilled to be back on the road.
Yeah.
Because this gig at Atlanta, this took place at, I think it was the Roxy Theater, and it's a very intimate venue with only like a couple thousand seaters. So it's like whoever attended that show is extremely lucky.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
It's like, I wish there was a more complete source out there, because it's like that's one of the things that I've been dying to get, for this tour is a more complete Atlanta and the last Wembley from '97 are like the two top ones. But yeah, also the one sounds really good. Very, very, very nice sounding. The bit of Gray Seal sounds great. I mean, but the highlight is the last song we have. So TSS, do you want to explain why Goodbye Yellow Brick Road from Atlanta is just so, deserves its reputation? Because I asked you to upload it first.
Yes. So Goodbye Yellow Brick Road from the Atlanta show is probably the best version post-surgery. And it is the first one, but it's also the best one. Reason why is that he nails all of the falsetto on B flat, including holding out the second, the Road falsetto, very glidey, and even more in a lighter tone than in Winston-Salem, for example. And I think for me, that like I said, he does hit all of it on top, and he even does the embellishment towards the end, the Future Lies, and he just sounds just so awesome on that song. It's just and plus, like I said, with the soundboard quality, you really can hear everything mesh together super well. And I have no other words. It's just one of his best performances post surgery.
Yeah, and I wrote on your upload of it. It's basically a mature '84 version vocally. Yes. And plus the advantage you get from '97 is you have that enhanced band sound, so you get a bigger sound.
Yeah,
that's kind of a little bit more faithful sounding to the record in terms of the grandiose sort of atmosphere, and then you have these brilliant vocals that go on top of it. So it's like you get some of the all-time greatest versions of the song, like Atlanta, for example, and it's you have Elton's just nailing the song, and it's essentially a mature Prime live version vocally.
Yeah. It's also the first time that it's played in F.
Yep.
E flat instead of F.
Yeah, it's the first of many. It's the first drop key version, the first post surgery, first version on the tour. So it's it's a first for everything, and it's the best version post surgery. It's how can it get any better than that? I mean,
it doesn't.
Yeah, no, it's all downhill from here. Well, okay, that's exaggerated, but it's what a way to start the song.
What a shame the soundboard cuts out after that.
Yeah. Elton Bootlegs, what do you think of the bits of Atlanta that you've heard?
Well, before I do have a question. Do we think he could have done it in the original key on this tour?
Yes.
I
No,
would
I agree.
I'd be a bit like, I would say, part of me wants to say yeah, but he would change the melody.
Yeah.
But so I would say yes, but I think dropping the key of full sep was the smart choice because he'd be a lot more consistent.
Mm.
And I don't think,
Especially,
yeah,
especially on the shows you had the flu. I think that would have been a bit
Yeah.
much for him.
yeah. So
There's a little tidbit.
yeah.
There's also a little tidbit before I let Elton Bootlegs go and continue. We've talked to Charlie Morgan about nearly 10 years ago, and he told us that he originally wanted to play "Someone Saved My Life Tonight" in the original key on this tour.
Yeah, I remember that.
And you know what's funny? I think it would have at least worked because of
doesn't-
how good his
he-
voice was.
Yeah, he didn't necessarily have to go for all the C's at the end, but
He could have.
done
He could have sang it like an '86 version.
Yeah, I was about to say it would probably sound like I
A
think
late
he would,
'86
Yeah,
version.
he would sing it like late '86, but with a much better tone.
Yeah.
So that I think he would pull off a conservative version in the original key. I think he'd be okay on that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I just think if they drop the key just for wiggle room.
Yeah.
Because what would you guys rather have? Original keys on demanding songs, but with either modified notes or a potential for struggle and stuff, or drop the key to make it so you're much more guaranteed to have consistent performances.
depends what mood I'm in. If I'm feeling
Yeah.
mischievous, I like original key and then listening to them try and get the notes.
Yeah.
Phil Collins.
Yeah, we continue. Elton Bootlegs, who we're gonna mention something else.
Well, 3 1/3 songs. What we have is fantastic. And if it continues in this vein, you'd be sticking it in the all-star category. But unfortunately, we can't stick it in any category because there's so little of it. Yellow
So I
Brick
can't
Road is
lose.
amazing. The bit we have with Grey Seal is fantastic. The way he sings as well, different to many of the other versions that we have. It's like, why can't we have the whole thing? Clive Franks, get it released.
Yeah, it's like
While
yeah.
I say that, actually, Clive Franks, just release everything, and we'll love you forever.
Well, I mean, he did that remix of like London '76.
Yeah, he did, and then he never appeared again. He probably thought I shouldn't have done that.
But
Elton's on the phone straight away. What are you doing?
But yeah, I mean, man, I wish Atlanta was more complete. It's like a tease, but
Yeah.
but it is what it is. We can enjoy a few performances at least. Ethan, you wanna add your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I can't really say much because it's only three and a bit songs, if that really. So I mean, yeah, I mean, I think the only version that really comes close to Atlanta's Yellow Brick Road is maybe Winston-Salem, but the way he's like gliding and stuff like that, and the tone and whatever, is just sublime. I mean, I don't have much to say, like, because you guys pretty much said everything. So
All right, so now we're gonna get into ranking the available gigs proper. So the meat and potatoes here. So the first one we have is Winston-Salem, and I'm nice, so I'm not going to start flapping my gums just yet. So I'm going to let TS's Killer take the reins on Winston-Salem. So go ahead.
Okay, so for many years, we had this gig in very nice quality, especially with the Master Dat coming out about 10 years ago, and we were really impressed about the show. And there is a lot to be impressed about. Yellow Brick Road, fantastic. Grey Seal has a bit of a kind of a misstep on the second verse, and also I Don't Wanna has fucked up lyrics. Um, but then you have other performances as well, and also Believe he kind of fucks it up too. There's a lot of like miscues on the band that kind of, I still think, overall it still remains in the all-star category, but it's going to be the lowest. Some highlight performances for me personally would be like Can You Feel Love Tonight is fine, lyric flub though. Then you also have We All Fall in Love Sometimes, which is like the first time since 1976 that they played this, and this is like completely like beats the shit out of any version that exists before then, including Elton nailing the final B4 and We All Fall in Love Sometimes, but he nails all the damn falsetto in the damn song. Another highlight performance from me would be like Honky Cat. Well, Honky Cat is still pretty good because he hits like all the falsetto at the end. Let's see. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head because there's a lot of other ones in Philadelphia Freedom where he nails all of the B flats in the pre-choruses, and in the choruses like the falsetto tips, and he is really sounding strong. Hits all the A flat on Shine a Light, and I Like Living Easy Without Family Ties on A flat as well. So, and then Levon's okay. There's some missed B flats though. But overall, it's just still like a fantastic show to listen to, even today. But now that we have all of the other gigs in better quality, it still is going to be in the upper echelon, but it's still going to be at the lowest of that all-star category because of the miscues, but also I think it's just nerves and other things. But it still deserves an all-star.
Yeah. So for the TierMaker, for All Star, we're gonna separate the tour proper from the one-off gigs, right? Like a Schoffenberg and House of Blues sort
No,
of deal.
I decided to keep everything the same.
Okay, so because I put it to the right of a Schoffenberg and House of Blues.
Yeah, that's right.
So okay, so
Yeah, because I said
okay.
because I specifically said in my ranking it's the lowest of the all stars.
Okay, so we're gonna include the one-offs will be a factor here.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
Okay. The reason I'm bringing that up is because when we were doing the Euro '84 TierMaker, we had like Monte Carlo there, and that was like a one-off little solo thing that was separate.
Right, but the
So-
thing is though, Monte Carlo is 6 songs, and we have House of Blues at 10 songs is still more than enough.
Yeah.
And,
So all right. So yeah, I just put Winston-Salem right, All Star right to the right of Blue.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So for me, Winston-Salem is a fantastic show. This is one of those shows where I was kind of teetering on rankings, and the only reason I was teetering was because of in relations to other shows that are coming up. Because, yeah, on the surface level, it is an amazing show. The quality's fantastic. Elton's voice is in excellent shape, and the band are mostly, intact with, great musicianship and everything. But yeah, there are some, slight missteps, like some flubbed lyrics and some rough, moments on songs where like there's a slight miscue or a timing issue. So there are more mistakes on this show, compared to like some of the future ones that will probably get highly ranked. So I was kind of teetering, like, oh, should I put it in a low star, all star, or high S or something? So I'm like, I was trying to avoid a Sheffield moment because I don't want that ever happening to me again. But
What do you mean? It already has happened.
oh, that doesn't count. But back to Winston-Salem, the what was keeping me from dropping it to high S and putting it on the absolute lowest all-star was a combination of the wild card moments on songs and the and having the Long Way from Happiness song on here as like, and this is the last version we have live because it was only played 2 or 3 times live.
Yeah.
So it's kind of got that little special thing. If Long Way from Happiness wasn't on this show and there weren't wild card moments, I would have probably put this in S. But
Yeah.
But this, it just gets into All-Star because you have enough excellence to kind of bring the average up a little bit. Simple Life is a really, really good start to the show. Clean singing. The One is one of the best versions of the song. The tone is so like pristine, like, and there's multiple falsettos hit. It's like, wow, he sounds amazing. Gray Seal vocally is sublime, band miscues aside, but the vocals are pretty much bang on. Honky Cat is fantastic. Like my question is, how can a 50-year-old who supposedly lost all this range and falsetto able to nail more falsetto notes on top and go for more stuff than your quote-unquote commercial peak years and your prime live? That doesn't make sense to me, but we have audio.
Right.
And I'm sure someone here can kind of talk about that too. And Goodbye Yellow Brick Road is almost as good as Atlanta's. It's just about as excellent. Very solid versions of the Big Picture tracks. Long Way from Happiness is better than the record version. Something About the Way You Look Tonight is very solid. Love's Got a Lot to Answer For is pretty good. So there are certain songs on here that are consistent and they're good, but as the tour goes on, they get better and better. And then on this gig, there are wild card moments that are less as it goes on. So you kind of trade wow moments and wild card moments for consistency and better overall performances on some stuff. So it's a decent trade-off. Winston-Salem's got a lot of, We All Fall in Love Sometimes is amazing. Curtains is great. And just hearing his vocal shape be that good in this good a quality is always a treat to hear. So it's a weak all-star gig for me. So Elton Bootlegs.
Yeah, I've got this show in the All-Star category as well, and I'd have it in the lower echelon as well. This is a show that, for years and years and years, it's always been one that I always have looked at with a lot of fondness. And unlike Gregory with Worcester 84 and having that emotional attraction to it, this is actually a good show to have on to, because this was the first 97
stop
show
with that?
I...
Seriously, I am so tired of getting Worcester 84 brought up because I had legitimate reason for it, and just stop making fun of me over Worcester 84 for the sentimental stuff. I get it. It's an easy target. It's Go ahead, sorry.
Oh dear. Well, actually, I was meant to.
And it's even worse. That's from the Worcester 84. That's coming from a guy who has perfect pitch.
Well, look. I can overlook it. Come on, the sentimental stuff.
Well,
hey, you guys love shit where Elton's in bad voice, and I don't, give you a hard time.
Yeah, because at least we're sensible enough to air the right opinion. Plus, as well, I was meant to take the mickey out of you when we talked about the Oven Cooker song, and I completely forgot.
Don't bring it up. Just go ahead.
Hey, Greg, what was it like cooking a pizza and the oven temperature not being right?
Fuck off.
You and your new oven are capable of great things, but remember, no ovens are the same.
Look. Maybe if the dial didn't turn. Whatever. What do you need?
We recommend you take time to read this leaflet. You
Stop.
Fully.
Stop.
By the way, I recorded that, and yes, Greg is going to put it on the TierMaker, aren't you?
Yay!
Can we move on?
Yes.
Can we move on, please?
Let's move on. This gig is a low all-star, and as I was saying, at least the sentimental value for this gig, it actually stands up compared to others.
Yeah.
There are some brilliant performances on this gig. I mean, we all fall in love sometimes. It makes you think if the 70s version has actually been done at the right point, i.e. 77 onwards, oh god. I mean, you listen to 75 versions, you're just like...
When it's like you want to like completely like remove your trachea and shit.
I can't wait to discuss them shows. They're just hideous. Commercial peak. Ooh. But the thing is, as well, the big picture songs as well. We've got this is the first gig where we've got all of them, and all of them sound infinitely better than the album.
Yes.
So, I mean, obviously, I'm still a fan of Something About the Way You Look Tonight in the original key. Even I've got to admit that the band arrangement here is a lot better than it is on the record. I mean,
Yes.
There are versions we'll talk about later where Elton does the vocal with the original key. They sound amazing. But then that said, the contrast here where I get the band in a lower key, I'd rather have that. This is a great start. I mean, Atlanta could have been an all-star and a high all-star for all we know, but this is a great start to the actual tour. Gets an all-star. Just like Sheffield did. And Greg teetering on the point of trying to give it a high S, but he didn't, so he didn't lose. Damn.
I'm sorry, I got such a sentimental attachment to this show, I couldn't put it to S, so go ahead.
Oh, really?
Trying to play that card now. Oh my god.
It works.
Dear,
But
I can't wait for these uploads.
Yay.
I can't wait to move on to a different era. So what's his Ethan? Do you have any thoughts about
What's his name? Man doesn't even know who he's speaking to now. Apparently. Yeah, I mean, I can forgive the little fuck ups on this show, second show and all, but yeah, I'd have it all star. Like it's a great start to the tour. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much to say because it's a good show.
All right,
I can forgive him because second show.
Yeah.
All right, Elton Bootlegs. Go ahead and start Virginia Beach.
This is essentially a sister gig to Winston-Salem. And there are moments on this gig that are better. There are moments that are not as good. But at the same time, I can't keep this at the All-Star category because they're literally... It's like they're holding hands the whole way. I would rank this slightly higher than Winston-Salem. Just I feel that the energy is stronger at this gig. Not to say that it isn't strong at the previous gig, it's just that they feel like they're into more of a rhythm than they were the night before. Almost like a night off of sort of... I don't know. But it's a really, really strong gig. And it's funny because we're going along this and already we've got so many gigs in the All-Star. It feels like, is it? Are we actually going to come down at any moment? But that comes shortly. There are notable songs, of course. I mean, Grey Seal is fantastic. I love the arrangement of this song on this tour. Absolutely slays the 70s versions. Honky Cat, fantastic. And even though I am the biggest 85, 86 fan you'll ever meet, I have to agree with TSS that this arrangement is better. So he gets one over on me there.
You lose.
I mean, there are one or two slight weak moments. I mean, I don't want her as a false start, Elton flubbing lyrics, but the piano solos for this song on this tour are sublime, and this is another one. Don't Let the Sun, mwah. And the second half of the gig sounds great as well. I mean, we have I'm Still Standing in there, and again, not the strongest version, but would take this over the 2 years previous.
Yeah.
And it's great as well to have We All Fall in Love Sometimes and Curtains on the set again. Your Song ends the show being great. So I would stick this again low to mid also, but it would be above Winston-Salem.
Yeah. Yeah. For me, Virginia Beach. listening through it a few times, it's it's a sister gig to Winston-Salem, obviously, because you said it and I wrote about it, so we both agree there, so nobody loses.
Yeah.
I do think that overall it is a little bit of a better show than Winston-Salem. So if Winston-Salem for me was a teetering show that just got into All-Star, this would be a low All-Star. I feel that the band are a bit tighter. Some loose ends were tightened up, so there's less miscues and less mistakes. Elton sounds just about as good. The wild card moments aren't as frequent, and there's a little bit less clean on some of the attempts. But to make up for that, some of the songs that were good at Winston-Salem have started to expand and be a little bit more gutsy and daring. Love's Got a Lot to Answer For is stronger. Something About the Way You Look Tonight is stronger. So certain stuff is improving on this gig. Tighter musicianship, and certain songs are better performed and sung here. Honky Cat is another excellent version, almost as good as Winston-Salem. I'm Still Standing is a really, really good, really, really good attempt. He does, some of those notes are a bit rough, but it's better than the Audience with Elton John performance, and it's better than virtually all the 95 stuff. So that's a highlight. And also Sand and Water, which it was performed on this tour in place of Candle in the Wind, because obviously Elton didn't want to sing Candle for obvious reasons. So this was sort of like the substitute song, and so the original version is by Beth Nielsen Chapman, and he performs his version of it, and I think he does a fantastic job, performing the song with his band. And there's some mighty fine versions of the song, especially on the tapes with really high quality. You can appreciate the harmony work and the flexible mid-range belting Elton does. And yeah, I do appreciate Virginia Beach for what it is. I think it's a little bit better of a gig than Winston-Salem overall, even if some parts aren't as good, but there's more highs on this one in the sense of there's less mistakes from the band. So I would say Winston-Salem is a step down from Virginia Beach, and I think Virginia Beach is a little bit better of an overall show. So low All-Star. TSS.
Totally agree with you guys. So this goes in the low All-Star above Winston-Salem. Reason why is, as we mentioned, the band are making less mistakes. Although I can understand why they kind of messed up the I Don't Wanna intro, because it went from the 25th song to the 9th song, So they or the 10th song. So it kind of I guess it threw off Charlie Morgan, because probably wouldn't understand that that's the set. That's why Charlie gets a false start there. But a lot of the performances are better than the show. One highlight for me is the Believe, because the Believe is just so well sung and also has one of the best final choruses that he had ever delivered in the song. Let's see, We All Fall in Love Sometimes is fine. Gray Seal, like I said, still has the glissando going downward like the record version, which makes it very, like I said, a very cool listening experience, because he would change some of the deliveries later on. I mean, that doesn't sound bad, but it just makes it a little bit different. I mean, has less of the glidey tone in some of the songs, but in here it's still in full force. Having I'm Still Standing in the set is pretty damn good. Like I said, even though I mean, considering where it is in the set, it actually was pretty clean. Considering that, we've always joked about the fact of the matter that, 95, I'm Still Standing was the first fucking song in the set on the American tour, and it didn't sound anything like this. So to even have it even this late in the set and it still sounds great, I think it's just fantastic. And then you have more adventurous stuff, like he starts to do more stuff in the intro, like Pilot. And this is where it starts to become evident that you're in a period of greatness with Elton's voice and also the band as well. So without a doubt, it definitely is a sister show to Winston-Salem. And to some extent, actually, he does get few of the falsetto tips in Philadelphia Freedom as well. He gets a couple of them. But he still nails all the A-flat Shine a Lights. So it still is a pretty damn good version too. But overall, it's a better show because there's less fuck-ups. So it is a low all-star above Winston-Salem.
All right. Since you're very enthusiastic about Virginia Beach, would you like to start off the first Charleston show?
Okay, so the first Charleston show is the first gig where you really start to feel that the band has found a niche. The show is once again in the low all-star tier, but it is better than Virginia Beach. Some great performances. The I Don't Wanna, without a doubt, has the best vocal delivery in the entire history of the song, because he not only does the glissando and the choruses and stuff, he also does some crazy things on the bridge where he hits like 2 A4s and then he holds out like a G4 for like 3 seconds, it's like 2 seconds, and it just fucking sounds amazing. And the solo in and of itself is great because you hear John and Davey on the guitar, and they make a nice harmonic, nice harmonic chords during the solo, and it's the only one that does this. And then he just completely nails the outro, like he hits like the A flat, the A4 coming out of the A4 falsetto with authority, with added glissando and embellishments, and then he holds out an A4 like fucking super clean mixed voice, and I'm like, holy fuck. It's just fucking crazy. It's just one of the highlights from the tour for me. And overall, and then he starts becoming more adventurous in some of the throwing his voice around on some songs. The only blemish I'd say is that on some of the B flat attempts on Leave On, it's not as on top. But overall, other than that, like I said, the band is freaking tight. And Elton is really getting in his groove and is really in a good mood. So it does deserve like a mid all-star above Virginia Beach here.
Yeah, Elton Bootlegs. I'll let you go next.
I can't really say that add much more to that. That was the most succinct analysis I think I've ever heard of a gig. The ranking is the exact spot where I'd have put it. It's as if we've collaborated on notes beforehand, but I must say that we don't talk about this.
No, we don't.
Literally, we turn up and we give our ratings. There might be the odd instance where you might, if you're unsure. I definitely don't talk to TSS about them.
You guys are probably collaborating with each other to go
I wish
against
we
me.
were.
I wish we were, but we have no time.
I wish we were, but we're not.
Yeah.
Fucking genius.
Because the best bit is, even though that Greg sometimes tries to get out of me what my rankings are, he still doesn't, and he still loses. He's fantastic. But yeah, this gig is very strong, and there are stronger gigs to come as well. This is what the exciting thing about this era is. You think that you've started off and you think, oh, it's going to go downhill, and it does to an extent, but then it comes back. So yeah, this is a really strong gig. I can't really add much more to what's already been said. I mean, Greg probably will. Let's see where he ranks it. Lowest. No.
I do have quite a few things to add to this show. However, my ranking does remain the same, as it is an all-star gig, and it is better than Virginia Beach. You know, the funny thing is, Elton and the band have 2 days off after Virginia Beach, and they begin this gig on the 14th. And you'd think with 2 days off, maybe maybe the musical prowess, maybe a bit undone or something, but nope. Everything's better on this show compared to Virginia Beach. The band's even tighter sounding, and there's a bit more of a urgency on the playing now. Like there's a more confident sound coming from the band. Elton's in great voice. Very clean sounding, very gutsy. I Don't Want It is among the elite versions of all time. And yeah, I will add a few things. Something about the way you look tonight.
Oh yeah.
He nails the final chorus with authority with this embellishment that he would do it a couple of times on the TV appearances of the song, but this is the first one on the tour proper where he does it, and it sounds great. So he's really into the song. Believe is amazing. Believe is one of the absolute best versions you'll ever hear. It's essentially Virginia Beach, but with a little bit more of an edge to it, and he just like nails that song. Like Elton was thinking, well, TSS loves this too. I'm going to show him how to sing this song, and he does do a great job on it. But yeah, I absolutely love this show. There's still a couple little bits on here that are slightly shaky. Like the one thing that I can remember that was a little bit less than great was the slightly shaky start on Someone Saved My Life Tonight with the piano getting flubbed. But apart from that, the gig does not have a lot of noticeable mistakes. It's a tighter sound. I'm Still Standing is still at this show, and it's better than Virginia Beach.
Yes.
Overall, as the singing is better, a little less rough sounding. Intro's a little bit wacko, but it's you can't have it all. But it's still a stronger performance than Virginia Beach. And then we haven't really talked about yet, but some of these Your Song performances, especially on the tour, where he like brings out like those embellishments like he did in the 80s, and you hear him do it with this deeper, mature voice, and I think it sounds awesome how he delivers the song on this tour. It's one of the best tours for like overall consistent deliveries for the song. But Daniel is another top-notch performance. The soft tone is completely there. And then another song I gotta bring up is "Take Me to the Pilot," because the piano intro is getting steam, like it's gonna build up through the tour, but the vocal is very, very intriguing because he would often sing with a lot of grit and a lot of overdrive and growl on that song during this time frame. But here at Charleston, he decides to ease off that a bit and sing it with a cleaner voice. So it's like, we're gonna do it in a different way, and I think it's a very, very surprising take on the song, and I think he does a great job. And there's just a lot of great stuff. I could go through every performance, but we'd be here for like 27 hours.
Right.
But yeah, Charleston is one of my favorites on the tour, and it is an all-star gig, and it's stronger than the previous two. So yeah, I totally agree with everything. And then I'll add a few more bits there. Ethan, how about your Charleston love or hate? I want to hear your take.
Yeah, I love the show to death. Like when I first heard it and downloaded it, it's a great night. One of the first 97 shows where you can really tell that he's starting to build more confidence as the tour goes on. Don't Let the Sun has a soft tone to die for. Tiny Dancer has a great a resonant voice. Yeah, I mean it's just a great show. It's a great show all around.
I have a question for Ethan.
Go on.
What would you rather listen to? 87 versions of Tiny Dancer, or versions sung by a certain singer called Elton Baez?
Elton Baez, because he's funny.
Oh, we love you, Elton Baez. You
Yes.
are a legend.
Awesome. Yes.
You're our
Very
favorite
nice.
madman across the water. So,
Indeed. All right.
So okay, so we're gonna move to the next show, which will be another Charleston gig, except this is in West Virginia. So also called Second Charleston by some people, just so people don't get confused. This takes place 3 days after the first Charleston gig, and we have a gig in between, which I hope we get. I think it's Columbus or Columbia or something.
Columbia, South Carolina.
Yeah, and for me, this Charleston gig, the second one, absolutely, pretty much top notch. Like we're talking about low all stars and stuff. I'm gonna stick the second Charleston right in all star, but it's gonna be in the middle of the all stars. I think it's better than the previous Charleston show because on this show, now the playing is not only even more tight, but now they're playing with much more energy. There's plenty of energy on the other ones, but now it's even more focused. It's more energetic. It's more gutsy. The solos are starting to, take on more leases of life. Elton is in fantastic voice, and he starts to use more of an aggressive approach to the songs that isn't too dissimilar to the 80s stuff. So the Prime Live sort of overdrive is starting to rear its head now, because now at this point we know the band is great. We know Elton's in great form, so now they're taking advantage of everything by this point. And this is one of the best shows you will ever hear from this leg of the tour. And it's basically Elton and the band are cutting loose, and it's great stuff. Gray Seal has some of the best work from Charlie Morgan you'll hear on the drums. The vocals are amazing. Tiny Dancer is awesome, and to the point where he starts to sound a bit like 84 on some of the lines. And some of these early versions of the song, he sings original words.
Yes.
On in the specific parts
Feels
of the
so
song.
real instead of really
he starts
feels.
to sing in the pre-choruses start to have the original words
Yeah.
again. So I'm like, oh, he's doing
Virginia
that
Beach
again.
had them too.
Yes.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
at this Charleston show, the second Charleston, he starts to, sound more like a richer version of his 84 self, which is like, whoa, this is nice. Can You Feel the Love Tonight is amazing. The sustains and the resonant voice are highlights. There's one bit on I Don't Wanna, which is kind of goofy, where
Yeah.
you can't hear Charlie's bass drum properly for the first few seconds, but then it kicks in. I think it might have been a mixing issue or something.
Yeah.
But the actual performance itself is very, very strong. And it's overall, the gig has some of the elements of the Prime Live show, like the energy and the grit, that just like it's taking those elements and then putting it in a mature way with these amazing musicians. It's like, well, this is a really, really, really good combination of stuff. And Believe, once again, is nailed
Yeah.
at this gig. It's like more embellishments, good, overdriven, edgy belts, and it's like, man, and I'm thinking to myself, man, TSS Killer must be like on a different planet right now hearing this.
Yeah.
It's like eyes are closed, mouth's open, whatever. But still, then you get to these other songs where you have Something About the Way You Look Tonight, where it's one of the elites. It's even better than the first Charleston, so this song's better. If the River Can Bend, fantastic belts. And we all fall in love sometimes. And Curtains. These are the final versions we have
Yeah.
from the tour, because they would be dropped either after this show or after the next one, and
Which
I
is
think,
Louisville.
Yeah, so a bit hard to say, but these final recorded versions are fantastic. Very, very good send-offs for these songs. And I absolutely, love this show. Where you have almost bang-on musicianship and very consistent, strong vocals. It's excellent. I absolutely love it. It's an all-star show that's better than the previous all-star ones. So, that's it for me. TSS.
Well, actually, this may be a surprise, but to be honest, if I would actually like tie the two Charlestons together, but I do like for me personally, the lighter tone of the first Charleston better, but they still deserve to be in both of in the same kind of area. But that's just me. There's some some of the overdrive is a bit too much for my taste, but I can understand why people love it so much. The other reason why is I think that I Don't Wanna from the first one is better than the second.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, and they are both equals, but they also are they're two different animals. It's like, do you prefer like a more like overdriven stuff, or do you prefer more of the clean stuff? I prefer more of the clean stuff, but I would definitely put it in the same in the same tier together. But for me, I prefer first over second. But that's, like I said, that's just my opinion. But again, it's like what's great about this tour is that regardless of what kind of like vocal style or anything that you want, this tour has everything. If you like the kind of the punchy 84 vocals, you got that. If you want the soft tone, you got it. If you want like fantastic musicianship, you got it. It's like a jack of all trades. And realistically, there's nothing else I can say. You can't go wrong. I mean, it's just freaking fantastic. And like I said, Elton's really going off the rails and performing at his absolute best here.
Yeah, I just think it's like it was really tough for me to kind of rank the Charlestons because
exactly.
But the main thing that has me edging the second one over the first one is just the energy, because they're going all out, and there's more of it's a more direct, energetic sort of approach to the material. They're in top shape and they're just going to step on the gas.
Yes.
And that, not to say that the first one doesn't have that, but it's like I just hear on the second night just a little bit more like fire behind behind the delivery. But it's like, but that makes it tough, because obviously I can't put two gigs in the exact same spot on here, so it's like that's the thing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why we have opinions, because depends on what you want to listen to. What is your prerogative? What are the things that you like versus what I like?
Yeah,
and I think that's what is great.
And I like everything. Elton singing well on the Big Picture tour, so that's that's funny.
Yeah,
and I think that's something we can agree on. Elton Bootlegs, we're stuck. Maybe you can give your take, because I honestly don't know where to put it.
I don't either. Because I ranked both shows the exact same.
What the fuck?
I couldn't pick one over the other. That's the problem. They're both great for different reasons. I think Ethan be the deciding vote on this one. And then I'll talk about the gig.
What do you think?
Well, I mean, I prefer the first night.
Oh, son of a bitch! Oh, son of a bitch!
Oh no!
Son of a bitch!
And tell us why. Tell us why, Ethan.
I do prefer the first day. I like the lighter, cleaner tone than the more overdriven.
Son of a bitch! There's energy.
It can be a bit much. Yeah, and plus, like, Simple Life has like weird Charlie moments where he's like missing fills and whatever. But
that's true.
Yeah,
Paul Gregory.
But yeah, I just prefer the cleaner tone over the overdriven one.
To be fair, I'll defend Greg here.
He sounds like Greg sounds like a neglected dog.
It's like my dog when she wants feeding. This is a very rare moment for me, but I will defend Greg here because I prefer the softer singing to overdriven, but the musicianship at this gig is a slight notch better than the gig before, which is why I can't split them. So I can see why Greg would prefer this night over the first night. See, Greg, I can be nice to you.
I fucking love you. Now, can we...
But unfortunately, Greg, democracy rules, and therefore this gig's got to go above the. Oh, sorry, 1014's got to go above 1017.
Yes, 1017 has to go above 1014, as you said. So I'm going to flip.
No.
Oh,
Unfortunately, democracy rules. It's a 2 against 1 vote because I couldn't split them. Sorry, Greg, I did try, but.
And now we go from depression to absolute elation.
I can't wait for these uploads.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I guess with that being said, I gotta start the next one.
Okay, well, Elton Bootlegs. Start my line.
Oh, thanks. Having defended you for the last one. Anyway, this is another fantastic show. But I think we are getting towards the point now where Elton's going to hit cold territory. But this isn't a gig, thankfully, that is that. Elton sounds amazing. The band are having a brilliant night again. I would stick this again in the All-Star category, but luckily I think this is the last show for a while where we will be saying All-Star. So many strong performances, especially as well towards the end of the gig as well. That's the thing about this tour as well. There are so many gigs where, in fact, throughout his live career, where voice might get tired, but this is one of them tours where it's consistent throughout. But there are gigs later on where he's even better. I'd have this in the mid All-Star category, but would I have it above the Charleston gigs? I'm not sure. I want to hear opinion on that.
Oh,
Then
come
I'll
on!
help me
Just
find
put
one.
it,
Shut
just
up.
put it somewhere, and I can't wait to, talk about that. So
Oh,
go
you want to
ahead.
rip me to shreds,
No,
do you?
no! I didn't say that. I just want to go off of what you do.
Oh, do you now?
Yes.
Oh,
because,
right.
Because you defended me, I think I might have to defend you,
Oh.
or something like that.
Well, I'm going to stick it in the All-Star category, but I'm going to stick it... Oh. I want to... It is around the Charleston shows for me. Ah. I'm going to go a shade below 1014.
So a notch below 1014, but a shade above 1017.
It's like so marginal. It's like trying to pick between your favourite kids. That's the way I'll describe it. It's so frustrating.
All right. Yeah, isn't it a great show?
Yes.
All right. For me, Moline. Here's the thing. With Moline, this is going to be one of these times where I agree with you,
Yeah.
but I also disagree with you at the same time.
Oh.
You know why?
Why?
Because it's better than the Charleston gigs.
Fair enough.
So it's going up right there.
That's fine.
And I'm going to explain why. Because I'm GregsynthWizard. But also the more important thing, but the most important thing is Moline. The reason why it's going above the Charlestons is because when I'm listening to this now, this was a show that was in really bad quality, like a bad MP3, and I barely knew about it. Like it just sat there, and then thankfully a better copy was out, and I was like, okay, let me finally give it some attention and listen to it. And I'm listening to it, and it's like it starts off like your typical great show from this tour. You have you have Simple Life being very consistent and very strong. By the last chorus, he's all warmed up and ready to take on the set list. The one has your embellishments and overdrive galore. Gray Seal is almost faultless on the vocals. And then he's like starting to play around with the phrasing a bit and embellish, which is great. Goodbye Yellow Brick Road is one of the best versions on the tour outside of the Atlanta and Winston-Salem's that we have. And then Honky Cat has fantastic musicianship in the improv section. The vocals are fantastic. Again, it's one of those things where it's whipping gigs that are from the Prime Live or 70s, on this song. But what I notice is after Honky Cat, Elton just I don't know what happens, but he just elevates himself to a different level, and it just completely takes off to the point where there's just so much stuff going on the songs that he's throwing flourishes around, he's embellishing, the piano playing is getting more adventurous, and he's not even stopping to see, hey, maybe I should sing it straight or I should just embellish. So all these songs are filled with embellishments and playful phrasing and a very strong voice, very consistent tone. The playing is fantastic. By this point, the band are completely settled in, so you have amazing musicianship, and it's almost a flawless show from start to finish. Realistically, there's hardly anything amiss on this. So it's so consistent that it's one of these shows where it needs an A source to just fully everything okay, but it needs an A source to fully appreciate.
I'm agreeing with you.
You have all the stuff where the gig is just so good that it needs a great source to truly appreciate it outside of hardcore fans or live collectors or something. So there's so much good on it. It's one of these things where you got to divide it amongst people. So
right.
Moline for the tour proper, it's a stronger gig than the Charlestons. So yes, it is all-star, and I will put it at the top of the heap for the tour. So go ahead and take over.
Okay. All right, get the stamp out. This is the best show of 1997. Here's what we got. So I'm gonna add additionally to Greg here. Blues in the choruses where he does "Livin' Like Lovers," he does the exact same connected phrasing like he does in '84. "If the River Can Bend" is a fantastic version too. "I Don't Want" is very consistent and very playful. "Don't Let the Sun" has terrific gliding in the verses. "Love's Got a Lot to Answer For" is probably in the same echelon of vocal performances as Chloe from Sydney '82. It is a flawless delivery, especially at the end with the embellishment at the end. It's one of Elton's best ever vocal deliveries of his career. Pilot is also fantastic. "Something About the Way You Look Tonight" has the embellishment towards the end, and it's so fucking good. "Made in England," mwah. "Believe," mwah.
Yeah. Yes.
Philadelphia Freedom still has the shine of lights on the A flats. Leave On has a really surprising bit, even though it's cut at the beginning of the third chorus. At the beginning of the second chorus, he hits the entire line on G, and it's just fucking amazing. He hits all the B flats on top. Benny's a great version. Saturday Night has some Prime Live stuff in there. Great phrasing. Sand and Water is fantastic, and your song has some great embellishments as well. And Bitches Back sounds good. So it is the top echelon of All-Star gig.
So if we were to, so obviously for the tour itself, this is top of the heap. So if we were to bring a Schoffenberg and House of Blues in the equation here, where would these go?
These go above them.
Okay, so Moline would be right there. Okay, I'll move that.
Like I said, that's just my opinion, but that's what I noticed. Like when I was listening to the show, I had to listen to the show about 3 times. It was that good.
And didn't you get a message? Like I think we kind of talked about it because you told me you got a message from someone about mentioned something about the show.
Yeah, I got a message. I got a message from a person whose name starts with G and ends with G. That said this gig whips Prime live, and I totally believe him. Believe that person.
Okay.
Greg, who was that?
I don't know.
Wasn't
I don't
me.
know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It was Google.
Google.
All right. First of all, I'm the 84 guy. Why would I put something like this gig whips Prime live? It's like that can't be me.
Because
Maybe it was you.
Because the messenger doesn't lie. Because I wouldn't type that out.
Well, you're the one that loves 97. I could totally see you writing something like that.
Yeah, but that was before I but I got that message before I listened to the gig properly, so I didn't have that opinion back then.
Oh, very well. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But so I have Moline all the way over to the King of the All Stars. A Schoffenberg and Blues. They're currently above First Charleston's. Are they staying there, or should I?
Yes,
ship
they
them?
are staying. They are staying there.
Okay, so I got Moline, a Schoffenberg, Blues, Charleston, Virginia, Winston.
Yay.
Okay, so that's good.
That's good for me. I don't know about everybody else.
Yeah.
What about Ethan's take on it? What do you think of Moline?
Yeah, I mean it's one of the top 97 shows. In fact, I think it is the best 97 show. This show was filmed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we do have so I think that's one of the best parts, even though the audio is not that great. We have a full video, well, basically full video without, the cut and leave on. But we basically have audience video from the upper deck. And you get to really see the band. It gives a great document on how the stage looked at this time.
Yeah,
it's funny. You know when we listen to shows before we ever see visuals, and you always try and imagine how the setting is on stage. So when you actually see videos, it's like, oh, really? I didn't imagine it like that.
Yeah.
I love the blue suit he wears as well. I mean, that's very fetching.
Yeah, that's the same suit that he wore on Oprah Winfrey.
Oh, no, bro. Woo.
So now we're trying to figure out who sent that message. But Ethan, does Moline whip Prime Live gigs?
Nah. It's a good show, but no.
All right. Elton Bootlegs. Does Moline whip Prime Live gigs?
I don't know about whipping it, but it sounds good. I think this person that's name starts with a G, ends in a G, must have been on some sort of medication. Especially when TSS says, well, I didn't say that.
All right. Okay. TSS. Does Moline whip Prime Live?
That's good. I wouldn't say totally whips it. I would say it's just as good.
Okay. Well, does it at least whip Worcester 84?
Well, yeah, but it's very easy to do that, Greg.
Yes, especially with it being in the D category.
All right. Well, okay. Let me figure this out. What eras does Moline 97 whip in the Prime?
95, 92.
Well, no shit. No, but what about Prime Live? where
U-
is
US
it better
86
than your
maybe?
86,
better than 86?
82?
US
82.
84 maybe?
US 84, yeah. Better than US 82.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
So
This is
those
a
Whip
MSG
Prime
show
Live
the other
gigs,
day.
but not all of them.
Not all of them, but a decent amount.
So, see, I feel better. I feel, the person that sent that message wasn't on.
I feel, hang on a minute. I feel better. The person who sent that message.
This message, did the name start with G and end in TierMaker by any chance? Or something?
No, because
Bomb,
no,
by
no,
any
because
chance?
unfortunately the platform that I got this message on wasn't on a platform where it had that.
See, it wasn't me.
Wonder
So,
why. I wonder why.
well, it wasn't me. So, yeah.
Wasn't me.
Who done it?
Wasn't me.
Well, as they say on Among Us, this is sis. So can we
Sus!
move on?
Fuck.
Oh, sis. Sorry.
Sis. Sis.
Do you know what? We need to
Oh,
play
dear.
Among Us one day.
Oh
we
fuck
do.
no!
Actually-
Fuck that game.
Oh dear. Hey Greg, do you remember the time we played it and I ran into the room and I was like, "Hi Greg, you okay?" And I just slaughtered you and ran off.
Yeah, I'll never forgive you for that. And so I didn't even know how
My
to.
favorite one was when I killed someone. Greg came running into the room and I was like, "It's Greg!" And it was like,
Families
"All right,
together
vote."
to kill
It's like, "All right, let's vote him
someone.
out." Greg's like, "What's going on here? I haven't done anything." He's like, "Oh dear, he's told the truth, and oh, I've won. Look, there he goes."
Oh, but okay. So yeah, we established that Malign can compete with Prime Live and can whip some of them, which is good.
Yeah.
I feel better. So
No, we get yeah.
Now I'm gonna start off Fargo here.
Yeah.
Fargo, interesting because I originally didn't have the greatest thoughts about it prior to the massive listening binge and writings I was doing about the show because it was commented that Elton blows his voice out and Elton says, I'm sorry about he apologizes for his voice. So I thought, oh, maybe it's an off night or something. So I had that mentality going. Plus, the reason why I was ignoring the show for so long because we had versions that were 56 and 64 K-bit MP3. You know how bad that quality sounds?
Yeah, it's telephone.
Yeah, that's awful.
It is.
But so yeah, I put it off. But finally, a couple of years ago, somebody was nice enough to put the master tape on Dime a Dozen, so we have a proper version of the show.
Yeah.
So after listening to it, I can tell you that my fears were completely unwarranted because it's nowhere near as bad as what I was reading about and what Elton has said. Because for the most part, Elton is still very strong vocally, and he's still very playful and aggressive. More conservative, though, throughout the set, but still very strong. The musicianship is phenomenal. This is one of the best shows if you want to hear the playing of Bob Birch.
Yes.
And his chemistry with Charlie Morgan. Like, those two absolutely rip it to shreds throughout the gig. Like, the musicianship is absolutely fantastic. So for the musicianship alone, recommended listening. Elton, even though Elton sounds more tired vocally, he's still pretty strong throughout the whole show. But towards the end of the set, when you start to get into the songs like Philadelphia Freedom and Leave On, you start to hear more strain on the vocals, although he's still trying, obviously. And then later on, he actually apologizes for his voice. So it's like, oh, but you listen to it and it's like he doesn't sound too bad. Like, this is this is nothing like some of the really bad vocals we're used to hearing from like late '86 and he still sounds better than most of '95. So yeah, the vocals aren't quite as good as earlier in the tour, but they're still very acceptable for the most part. Bitch's Back is still surprisingly good considering everything. And Sand and Water seems to work really well with the weary tones. So, I mean, it's not all bad.
Right.
So, I do like Fargo a lot for the musicianship. I think it's excellent on that front. The vocals are obviously not as good as earlier, but it's not enough to really drag it down too much. But I'm going to put Fargo in the S tier. I'm going to drop it to S because I think the vocals are for the most part pretty decent, but the musicianship is what saves this because there's still a ton of energy, a lot of effort. They're not phoning it in. They're not playing it safe. So the musicianship is what's keeping this gig, relatively high on the TierMaker, and it's going to go into S. Elton Bootlegs.
I hate agreeing with you, but I agree with you on this instance.
Thank you. Smart choice.
Well, shut up. Look, the band are fantastic at this show. The vocals, yeah, he blows his voice. And to be fair, Greg, throughout our history of listening to shows when we've heard about stuff, a lot of it has tended to be quite accurate. And then there are others that, like in this instance, where it's not so accurate. Like the second Philly show in '86 when I first got that, and I was like, Greg, this is painful. No, I can't wait to cry to myself when we do that TierMaker. Oh God! But yeah,
I'll hold your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can hold my hand. No, I mean this gig, it's still a great gig, but it is a step down from what we've become accustomed to. And unfortunately, from this point onwards for a couple of gigs, it sort of still steps down further due to various issues that are going on at the time. Once the voice is blown, I can forgive it, because the way we thought it was originally going to be, he's blowing his voice and he'll sound absolutely awful. And no, he didn't. It was great. I mean, he can still sing effectively. That's the thing about with some tours where he blows his voice, sometimes it goes completely. There are other times where he could save it, and this is one of those instances where he saves it. So yeah, I would put this in the S category. I put mid to low S would probably be my summarization of it.
All right, TSS. Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna go and take the L here because I actually have it at low A. The reason why, the reason why is it's kind of like a deflated balloon. Considering that, because not only because there's some like real like fuck up starting to happen. Like for example, I Don't Want It has a pretty bad flub in it on the second verse. But the saving grace though is the Your Song has really good embellishments on it. But the thing is though, for me, even though the quality is great, I feel that it is a couple of notches down than from Moline. I know it's not as bad as what people think, but after listening to the rest of the shows, I personally can't put this in the S because that's one of the gigs that I don't want to listen to. Out of that, I'd actually rather listen to later shows and even the ones that have the quote unquote flu tone, because to me, the passion, he kind of plays it safe, and he doesn't. There's like some adventurous things on the show that I personally don't like. But it's not saying that it's a bad show at all. It's just that for me, comparing to the gigs around it, I just cannot put it in S for me. So it's probably the lowest of A's for me personally.
Fucking hell. I think this is the very first time that I'm putting a 97 gig higher than you, of all people.
Yes.
I mean,
I think we're being a bit generous.
no,
No, because
wait,
because I have my own set. Like I said, this is where the deviations start.
I mean, yeah, true, because we've been pretty
Consistent.
harmonious, up until this point, except a couple odd things that aren't fair to me, but whatever. But
Stop
yeah,
playing the victim.
but no, I mean, I just feel. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I agree that, yeah, he is more conservative. Yes, the vocals are not what they were on these all-star gigs. But, I mean, I have it at, low S because I just think the musicianship is just that good that it couldn't elevate it, like, I'm thinking, like, low A to me would be, like, sounds like the band are phoning it in, and it doesn't sound good, for tour standards, but I'm like, Fargo, for me, did I debate putting it somewhere in A? I kind of had the thought a couple times, but I'm thinking, no, I think the musicianship is strong enough to keep it out of A.
Right, and that's the thing. That's this is just my personal opinion, and I will take the L on this.
I don't know. It's like Fargo wasn't really a show I was throwing into low A. I mean, I just think it's better, but then again, it's got its downfalls. I certainly agree with that, but
yeah,
but hey, we've put stuff in All Stars where there's flubs, so I mean, it's like.
But like I said, it's just my experience. It's just my things, and especially what's around it. Yeah, there's better things around it, and there are because the thing is, it's like, yeah, but I can definitely tell that there is some things that I just don't it just rubs me the wrong way.
Well, I'm happy to compromise here because I was going to put it, as I said, mid to low S, and I was teetering on that. I don't mind knocking it down to a high A because it fits in the middle.
Oh no, I'm keeping it.
What do you mean? Oh no! Hang on a minute. What about Ethan? Ethan might have a view here.
Oh, well.
Go on, Ethan. You're the deciding vote.
Well, I've always thought this show is a step down anyway, a slight step down. I think from this point on until we get to some shows later on, I do think that these shows are a slight step down from what I'm used to from '97. But yeah, I would put this at low S, maybe high A. Maybe.
Oh.
All right, so it's an ass gig. Okay. An ass gig overall.
Loose arsehole.
So, okay.
Loose arsehole gig.
All right, so we have, low A, a high A compromise, a high A low S teeter, and me ranking it the highest at low S.
It's up to you, Greg. It's your show.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It is my show.
You've made a fatal mistake there, TSS. Because
it's my show.
Want you
yeah,
to
but
lose.
yeah, but I can still but like I said, my analysis is completely off of what everybody else is. So whatever.
Yeah. So what should we do? Should we take all the rankings combined for the group TierMaker, or?
I mean, well, we're gonna have to think of something. I mean, it's either gonna be high S or low A.
Yeah,
high A or low S.
Yeah, it's gonna be right in that ass territory. So we have to figure something out.
Yeah, because the thing is though, there are better shows, and like I said, my ranking looks a lot different than everybody else's.
Right, because I think there's better ones, but I think there's weaker shows. Me personally, I think there's weaker shows in Fargo. So
yeah, there are, but actually, it's not really that.
So it's like,
I do think that this show is a step down, though.
Oh, I agree. I don't think any of us are disagreeing on that. It's just, it is inferior compared to the previous handful, but because if it goes in S, it's the absolute bottom S. If it goes in A, it's the absolute top A. So that's where I'm at.
Mm. Okay,
So
like I said, it's really
it's
like I said,
wavering.
our stuff. Yeah, our stuff is really going to be different now.
Okay, yeah.
What's in S at the moment?
Oh,
What do we have in S at the moment?
nothing from the tour proper. So,
Just the
this audience from Elton
audience,
John, but
just
that's
the,
a completely different animal. So, and it's like it's a completely different animal. So,
I'd stick it below that anyway.
well, what about this? We'll put it at lowest S for now, and then maybe down the road, if something
Right.
switches, we can manipulate it.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
If
I like the
okay.
sound of
We'll see
that.
what the
fine.
next few shows say.
Because it's one of these things where if our personal tier makers will deviate that much, and we have to think of compromises,
Yeah, we are.
then yeah. So literally, I think this is the first time where we literally can't decide on a fucking show
No.
because everything else there was decisions, or I would compromise against 3-on-1 bullshit. But
Are
yeah.
we placing it in your hands, Greg?
Oh, that's a funny one. Oh, that's a good one. So I'm gonna keep it in low S for now, but it's
Okay.
a wavering show that will get talked about later on.
Okay.
So I'm gonna asterisk this one. The next one, I'll let you start TSS with Evansville.
It's a better show.
Agree.
So yeah, it's a much better show. There's a lot more energy. There's some real cool like wild card performances. Like for example, on I think it was because I know your song is just, oh my god, that was just the freaking crazy throwing around vocals. Another highlight for me would be like the Believe as well. You know, it's quite funny actually. It's like you look at the overall like picture for me. There's a lot more substance to it for, you know, in terms of like how I think of it. Just to show for me, it radiates better with me, and Pilot is great, and the Someone Saved, you know, like all of the ballads, like especially the late ones like Sand and Water, they're better because, well, freaking Elton didn't blow his fucking voice out. Something about the way you look tonight. Even like Yellow Brick Road, you know, it just feels more spirited to me. So for me, the gig gets an A, but it's above Fargo. That's on my tier. It's on my tier ranking.
Wow, I'm either fucking listening to the wrong shows or I'm too generous or something because
No, it's our opinions. It's our opinions. We have a division.
Yeah, but I never thought I would be more generous than you in this era, but I think maybe I learned my lesson too well from the previous tier maker where I was, quote, being too harsh. But for me, Evansville, I agree with, it is a better show than Fargo. That I agree with. I will stick it in low S.
Yeah, because it is a better show.
But above Fargo, so I would put, my personal take is I would put it there because I do feel that it is actually one of the more underrated gigs. Because,
Indeed.
Because at this point, Elton has a cold, which would be kind of evident on the next handful of gigs. But at this point, it's not affecting him too badly. And yeah, there are some weary spots and rough moments kind of in the second half, but it's not too bad considering what's going to come up. But what really stands out for me on Evansville is there is so much great playing from the guitarists, Davey and John. It's like they almost carry the show. Like the playing is absolutely amazing. Charlie's in the pocket. And even though he has a cold and he's not in top form vocally, I will say to be, to give brownie points to this gig, he does sound like he's more into the show compared to Fargo.
Yeah.
Because, yes, there's still some consistency issues and wear and tear, but he sounds like he's more into it. So there's more energy there. I think the musicianship is phenomenal. There's more consistent performances. The soft tone is still there, which is very nice considering he's got a cold. So the last song is amazing. Don't Let the Sun is still fantastic. And even though Something About the Way It Looks Like doesn't have the crazy embellishments, it's still very solid. It's still better than the record in terms of like the band chemistry. So I can't just throw things out just because Elton's got a cold. But Philadelphia Freedom is really bizarre because there's bits where he's like doing a lot of really good powerful belts, and then there's parts where he just holds back and stops going for proper phrasing and just sings real low key. So it's like, okay, but there's still good moments like Bitch's Back still has some really good vocal moments where he's still able to summon like that one last spark of adrenaline and deliver prime live-esque energy during parts. So that's good. And yeah, Elton does play it safe on like some of these songs, but I don't know. I just feel Evansville is very underrated, and I'm not going to put it obviously with the King shows, so Moline's safe and the Charlestons and all that, but I think Evansville is one of those underrated gems that if the quality was great, more people outside of dedicated live fans would probably listen to it. But me personally, I think Evansville is a notch or two above Fargo, and I will put it at low S.
Okay.
Elton Bootlegs.
Yeah, I agree. I'd have this show above Fargo. Although the cold has taken effect, he doesn't blow his voice at the end, which is a positive. And still, the band are very solid. I mean, there are better gigs for them on this tour, but overall, this is just an improvement on Fargo. The poor folk of Fargo. I mean, Elton even mentioned it in a TV interview. Oh, we're playing places we've not done before, like Fargo. And the poor people, they didn't get the full 100% experience. Yeah, there are. Obviously, when we talk about later shows, there are going to be better ones, but this isn't one. I wouldn't put people off listening to it.
No.
Because that's how we can. Sometimes with shows on this tour, on any tour actually, you can sort of push people towards certain ones because they have certain things that go for them. This is one that I'd sort of push people towards. You want sort of a run of the mill kind of show. There's nothing really that is completely outstanding, but if you want something that's very solid and keeps to everything you want, is the show for you. So I'm going to put it at low S above Fargo, which we may end up knocking into the A category anyway.
Man, my fucking fingers are twitching right now. Ethan, I would love to hear your brief take on Evansville.
I actually agree with Greg and Elton Bootlegs. I'd have it at low S. It's a show that's really solid. There are better shows, there are worse shows, but it's a show that does its job well, and it's it's there to be good, and it is good. So I'd have it at low S.
All right. Okay. The next one is University Park, the first show of November and the first after 5 days off or something crazy. So, Elton Bootlegs. I'll give the reins to you.
Yay! University Park. Now Elton has had a few days off to recover, and his singing is better. But this gig's a little bit different because the band hold back for some reason. I don't know why. But whereas we've had performances where they've gone all out, they hold back here. So the ranking, it's again, now I'm in an odd situation because the way I initially ranked it was a high A. And obviously with Fargo up in the S category, I think it's a better show than Fargo. But my ranking of high A, ooh, that's the one I've written down. I think we're going to have to move Fargo down.
Oh, wait, not yet. Don't do this to me.
I think we'll be moving it down. Because I can't have this as an S show and then have Fargo in the S category, if you know what I mean.
Mm.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Greg.
What do you mean, sorry, Greg?
Sorry, Greg. Well, it's going to have to move for me. I think this is a better show than Fargo.
Well, keep talking about University Park if you love it that much.
Well, it's not that I love it that much. It wouldn't, to be fair, this is a show that I wouldn't really go to on this tour. As I said, as I was describing with the last gig, when you push people towards shows for certain reasons, this is one that I wouldn't. Just because when you listen to it, there are, with the band holding back mainly. But obviously, there are stronger performances throughout towards the end of the year, and that's where I would be pushing myself and others towards. I mean, I remember when I purchased one or two said gigs, and I remember listening to them for the first time and thinking, "Wow, this is perfect and an ideal listen." This is a show I didn't get. In fact, to be fair, Greg got most of these. I don't remember. I'm trying to think what gigs did I got some of the UK ones. That was it. But this was one that I remember when we first got it, and it was a few years ago. I remember listening to it and thinking, the audio's fine, but it's just one of them gigs I can take or leave, and that's why I'm gonna have it in the A category.
Well, for me, this is going to be a strange one because I agree and disagree with you at the same time on various points. For me, I think the show is worse than Fargo because, yes, the quality is very nice, but yeah, the band are holding back on this one. They're playing it really safe. It's to me, this is one of those like run-of-the-mill shows where they're professional and they sound good, but there's nothing really outstanding musically. Like, you can find better stuff on earlier and later shows. So it's a solid, steady gig musically, but nothing's really, out there. Same thing with Elton's singing. Still, he still has the cold. And while there's consistency on this show, but it's the kind of consistency where the level is lower than average for the tour standards. Like, Elton does play it safe on numbers, and there's still some really good stuff. Like, Last Song is still fantastic. Don't Let the Sun still has great moments on it. And it's a really safe show for, like, the first half or so. But I will say, halfway through, right about at the level of Pilot, the band do sound a lot more into it. From Pilot onwards, the musicianship has more life to it. So musically, it can range from, run-of-the-mill to energetic, but it's really like only in the last half of the show where you really get that lively, energetic sound of the band. And then by this point, Elton is starting to sound more tired vocally towards the end, where you have, the vocals on Leave On, they're starting to strain a lot more fatigue sounding attempts at notes. Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting has a lot of rough moments vocally. You're starting to get into the hitting in between notes sort of territory. and Sand and Water is solid, but it's one of the rare times where there's guitar flubs on it, which is kind of out of the ordinary for the songs. It's usually quite spotless. Bitch's Back is still strong. So, I mean, to me, the show is worse than Fargo because the band isn't really running at full power here, and it's only in the last half where they start to really get into it. And Elton's just, solid, but, I've heard better gigs, but I've heard worse. So it's not bad by any means, but for this tour, I would rank it on the lower end of the gigs. So for me, I will stick it in A, so I agree with you on that point, but to me, it's a low A. So that's just me. TSS, I would like you to start talking about this.
So for me, it's actually better than Fargo. The reason being is doesn't have the fuck up and I don't wanna. You have one of the rare times in the last song where he actually does the brittle as a bird correctly. The intro to Believe and the outro to Believe is fucking amazing. Him singing along and having to restart the song, it's very lively. Yeah, you start to see the fatigue on Elton's voice, but I like the but I Don't Wanna and the piano solo is better than Fargo. And even though it's a run of the mill show, especially with the stuff around it, we're gonna get to the next one. Oh my god. It is a decent show, but it's nothing too it's nothing too great. But considering what we're gonna have the next couple of days or the next couple of shows, it still is better than those. So it's gonna be the highest of A for me.
Ethan.
Wow, this is such a strange show. Like, the band are holding back. Elton still has a cold. He mistimes lines on Tiny Dancer. Like, what the fuck's that about?
Oh, poor old Ethan's favourite song is ruined.
But there are some good moments. Like the second half is pretty good. I'm not sure where to rank this myself.
I don't think anybody does.
I've been thinking about this when you guys have been talking. I'll be like, I don't know. I really don't know. So
At least he doesn't phrase Tiny Dancer. Oh, how it really feels. Lying here. No one there. Be a shame if he did.
But yeah, like I just don't know where to put this show at all.
Well, just to go over the rankings real quick. I have it at low A. TSS has it at high A. Or was it high A or highest of A?
Highest of A, top A.
Top A. Elton Boots. You had it at A?
Yeah, he had it as a high A as well, I believe.
Okay, so highest of A, high A, low A for me. Oh God, I hate this. How about you, Ethan? Is it an A show, or do you like it more, or hate it more? Than us?
I'm gonna put it mid A.
Okay.
Okay, low A. Oh, all right. So, well, at least there's some sort of consensus that it belongs in A. So, I mean, I can't throw that big of a temper tantrum on this, but. Now it's like, I thought it was a weaker show than Fargo, because of the musicianship, not being Fargo and everything. But it's like now I'm really fucking confused. So
get Fargo in the A category.
Let me fucking finish here. Let me fucking finish here. But. So going back, are we all in agreement to put Evansville in the S tier somewhere? Evansville.
Well, for you, yes, but not not for me personally.
You have an A. Okay, I'm gonna move to the next show before I straighten this out because now I'm starting to get really confused.
Well, oh boy.
Okay, all right. I'll tell you what. TSS, Star, Amherst, or Amherst, depending on what part of the globe you're from.
Yeah, Amherst. Wow. It's a very lackadaisical show. It's like very,
Oh,
very bad. Very bad. It's like,
lackadaisical.
I mean, it's very. I mean, it's very. It's very pedestrian. The issue is, my issue is, Elton, like his energy is like completely drained out because I was listening to this while I was playing Persona 3, and and then then I will have to say like the 7 songs between like let me just quickly just double check here. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like from Philadelphia Freedom onwards, he just has fucking really bad tone, like fucking 95 levels of tone. Like even on Made in England, probably starting from about Made in England and going to like Bitches Back is like, it's really bad. Like and not to mention, like I said, he's very conservative. But like I said, he's starting to miss a lot of notes, growling the fuck out of songs, and just doesn't feel it. It's a show that doesn't feel right to me. This is definitely an off night for Elton. Even though the first few are okay, but it's just like it's passable. It's nothing special. And then as soon as his voice gets tired, it just sounds really bad. It's one of the rare times that I know Elton has the cold. But the quality as well like highlights really how bad the show is in terms of vocally. He's really struggling towards the latter half, and like I said, nothing and musically it's fine, but it doesn't feel special to me. So I'm going to completely turn all of your heads, and I'm going to put this at high B.
What the fuck?
Wait, 1 minute. Was that high B or high D?
B as in boy.
I was
B-
going to say
B
high
as in
D.
big picture.
Jesus Christ! I was going to say, what the hell's going on if that was the case?
No, B.
No,
Okay.
It goes in B tier.
Uh,
It's really not. No, it's not. It's like you want Saturday. It's all right for fighting. You got that shit.
No.
yes.
And leave on where he's like he's doing like he's like missing it like fucking late '86 and shit. It's not good. It's not good.
Levon is surprisingly gutsy. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's surprisingly gutsy, and he misses like the fucking B flats, and it's no wonder that he fucking had to drop it after Ottawa.
Yeah, because I mean, he still goes for shit, but he's
But it doesn't
like
sound.
the,
It does
but the
not
position
sound.
is,
It does not
you
sound
know.
good. He's like stopping the singing, just like '86 and stuff. It's not good.
Yeah, because he starts off and it's like, okay, maybe he can get through it, but it's like
He can't.
He's just straining throughout, and it's like, oh.
The tone just goes bad after like Made in England.
So yeah,
it just
like
goes.
Yeah, like the effort's there, but the vocals aren't really there for the.
Oh God, it's some of the vocals in that section of the show is about as bad as 95.
Yeah, that's what you want to avoid for this, but for me, yeah, this is one of the times for this tour where I'm actually relieved because I had this at B. So yes, this goes in the B tier for me. On the tour leg, this is the weakest show because
Yeah, on the tour leg, yes, I agree.
Because like University Park, you have the band playing it safe. Still professional, but they're playing it safe, and also you don't have that kind of like that second wind from the band like they kind of do at University Park after halfway point where they kick it up a notch. Here it just maintains a fairly moderate amount of energy, and it doesn't really peak or anything. It just kind of stays at the same level. So I mean, it's consistent, but it's the kind of consistency where it's like, well, it could be better. And yeah, Elton does try hard. I mean, there's effort, but yeah, he doesn't sound very good, especially in the last third of the show, where there's strain all over his voice, energy's low. But But there's still some stuff where it's not all like terrible. I mean,
No.
yeah, I mean the show's starting songs are quite
Fine.
good.
I mean, they're okay.
Yeah, and I will say the Honky Cat, despite the vocals not being 100%, there's still good stuff on the Honky Cat musicianship.
Yeah, still like
improv,
good falsetto.
So,
Yeah, still some falsetto too. Yeah.
yeah, so I mean, it's not all bad, but it's like at the level that this tour is at, you know, if this show was on the Made in England tour, like the vocals, this would be like one of the best nights
Yes.
on that tour.
Unfortunately, yeah.
But here, I'm sorry, but it is one of the worst vocal nights for him. It is one of the quote unquote off nights
Yeah.
for what we have. Although it's not a complete throwaway show. I mean,
No.
I would not like say it's unlistenable and it's all bad. It's just considering the standard that this tour is at, it's it's on the low end of things. So yeah, it ranks as a B. I completely agree with you. Elton Bootlegs.
Yeah, I had the show in the B category as well. It's just that we've heard so much better on this term, and you listen to this, and as TS has rightly described it in a great use of the word, lackadaisical. I love it. That accent coming a bit later on. It just doesn't have that feeling of... when you listen to certain shows, you get that feeling at the band... I'm not saying that the band and Elton don't want to be there, but you just get the impression that I think Elton might just be a bit fed up now that he's had this cold and it's still holding him back somewhat. And then you get towards the end of the set and he's tired and the tone begins to go, and at least the music stays level in that respect. But there are just so many better nights. This would be one night where I wouldn't recommend people go and listen to. Put it that way. I won't, but at the same time, I wouldn't be like, oh, don't avoid that because of this, this, and this. Because there are definitely tour legs where I'd be saying, yeah, avoid that, don't listen to it, unless you want your ears to bleed. Your ears won't bleed listening to this. It wouldn't be a show that I'd be mad about.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, so like, basically, my final thought on it is, at its without context and at a superficial level, this is not a bad show, but in the context of the big picture tour and the leg here, this is a quote unquote off night. So it's like, and for what Elton Bootleg said, I would agree to an extent that yeah, this would not be a show I would recommend in the sense of, well, if you want to listen to something from the big picture, here's this show. I would still kind of say, well, he played at Amherst and a little bit of an off night. But if you want to hear a quote unquote off night from this era, here's here's this show. But there's still some decent performances. So I mean, I can recommend performances, but not necessarily the gig as a whole. This is me, Ethan.
Yeah, well, I mean, I haven't really got much else to say. Yeah, it's an off night in quotes. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much else to say, to be honest.
All right. All right. The next show is Ottawa. So the first Canadian show of the tour. And I will say this flat out, compared to Amherst, much better. The energy is back to a higher level. I think Elton sounds better. And the band are starting to be a little bit more energized and more, less safe. So they're starting to be more lively again. It's not quite to like the level you would hear in October, but things are starting to pick up more, which is very good. There's more creativity. And there's some really good stuff during the improvisational sections of songs, like on I Don't Wanna, Honky Cat, the Take Me to the Pilot introduction. Elton still has the cold. It's still mentioned. but he does sound better vocally. I would say, compared to Amherst and University Park, his, the vocals are better compared to those two shows, which is a good thing. And excuse me. And I started sneezing.
Nice.
I'm sorry.
He's allergic to the music. That's
Greg talking about 75 stuff.
I apologize. I'll keep it in. But yeah, I just feel, and I know TSS and I we're going to disagree on this probably because of some of the other rankings earlier, because I still got to figure out what the hell to do here for the group TierMaker. But I do think Ottawa is another underrated show.
yes.
And I do think it's a better show than Amherst and University Park personally. And Elton's starting to be a little bit more confident with the deliveries. The sustains are better for the most part. He's starting to let loose a little bit more on the overdrive, so he's starting to come back a little bit. Still conservative vocally, but things are starting to pick up a little bit. I do like the Made in England performance because I think despite the cold, he does deliver it with a lot of effort. Believe has that really nice introduction where he just improvises, the lyrics over the intro before the song properly starts. So that's a really nice touch that I've always liked. Philadelphia Freedom it's better than the last couple of versions, but there's still some rough moments here and there.
Yeah.
Levon is not quite as bad as Amherst, but there's still some fatigue and there's problems, and I believe this is what led him to drop the song after this.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if it was performed at Quebec or the first Montreal, but after you listen to these string of Levon performances from November where he's starting to sound tired, now I'm starting to understand why it was dropped. Maybe the cold had something to do with it, but still, but the fatigue is still there on the ending songs, but it's not as bad as University Park or Amherst, but it's still passable. So for me, I would put Ottawa, because I have University Park on low A, but I would put Ottawa at a mid A because I do think it's a better show than University Park and Amherst. So I'll put Ottawa, as an A above University Park, and Elton Bootlegs. I'll let you go.
Sorry, what rating did he give it? Because my audio cut out at a wrong point.
I gave Ottawa an A, and it's above University Park.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, my audio's just been cutting in and out every so often. That's probably because my internet's crap. Anyway. But
It's a B-tier internet.
What I'll do after I've done this little segment is I will jump out and jump back in. But nobody will know. But yeah, Ottawa, it is an improvement. And this is where we begin to build back up. And everything after this is pretty much an improvement. So I do enjoy listening to this show. So here's an example of one where I'd say, well, what would you give me a recommendation for? I'd say, yeah, go listen to this show because it is decent. And Elton sounds a lot happier now. I mean, we're not at 100%, but we are getting there. Especially with some of the later shows on this leg, which are fantastic vocally. It's a shame that Levon's dropped, but I understand why, because it is a very hard song to sing. And with this tour as well, and him wanting to be sounding perfect, I can see why you dropped it. But overall, for the last version that we have, it's a decent one, but obviously he's sounding more tired as it goes on.
Yeah.
But that's all I've really got to say. It's an A gig, and I'm interested to hear what you have to say, TSS.
Okay. So, I've been debating on this actually for the last few minutes, and there are some things that I like about Ottawa and some things that I like about University Park. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it at A, but I'm going to swap it with University Park, and I'm going to put this one on top. The reason why is I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, okay, the music is better here. Some of the vocals are not, but the music, this is the string of shows where you have the music really starting to stand out. Like the I Don't Want a piano solos are starting to get better, and more spirited efforts in like Pilot and things like that. So I'm going to actually give this one the top A now.
Ooh.
All right. All right, top A. Ethan.
I actually agree with TSS Killer. I think the musicianship and the music itself elevates this to a mid to high A. So I agree with the TSS Killer on that. Yeah.
All right. So now, before we move on to the next show, at this point, since we have Ottawa at a higher A than University Park, now for Fargo, because that one's still kind of a mystery, because I'm still a bit unsure.
You got to drop it, Greg.
Okay. All right. Okay. Because I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, okay, they're putting this there. Okay, vocals. Okay. Is it going to be top A or highest of A or high A below Ottawa?
Below Ottawa, because Ottawa's a better show.
Well, fuck me. Okay, so, okay. I'm gonna, I've been nailing this pretty well, except for that one part. But okay, so we're gonna go to Montreal, and I'm gonna say flat out that, to me, this is the first show in the month of November that we have that is truly a standout show, something that really sticks out.
Yeah.
In a very, very positive way. Because, you have your University Park, your Amherst, and your Ottawa, which are all, reasonably decent shows as a whole, but, nothing's really sticking out, in a way that's like, like, we're going to go for this show. Like, nothing really was, hitting, peaks or anything. But for me, Montreal is a massive step up compared to the previous 3 shows.
Mm-hmm.
And I personally love it. It's my personal favorite show on the tour leg because of the high amounts of energy that are being displayed from not only the band, but Elton. Like, Elton just is on fire the whole night. He's over his cold. The vocals sound so much better. Compared to the last handful of shows. Like, this is his best vocal gig going back to October.
Right.
Not counting the blown voice Fargo crap. But so the vocals are so much better. The musicianship is way better compared to the last handful of shows. So it's back to daring performances from the band. But Elton's piano playing, I think, at this gig is probably at its peak as a whole in terms of like a whole 2.5 hour gig. He's throwing around flourishes. He's embellishing the solos. Like, I Don't Wanna, for me, has the best solo that he's done, at least in the band environment. And he just manic energy. The Pilot introduction is just incredibly awesome. I love it. I absolutely love it. The vocals are excellent. Like, Now he's like throwing his voice around more. The embellishments are coming back. And while he's not like in the super gutsy moments of the tour like you'd hear in October, it's respectably really good. Like I absolutely love this show. The musicianship is just, it's one of my favorite listens just because it's one of the most energetic shows on the entire tour. And he puts the embellishment back in on Something About the Way You Look Tonight on the final chorus. Made in England is so much better here compared to the last few versions. Charlie's drumming's amazing on the rockers especially. Gray Seal is amazing. And Elton actually converses in French a little bit at this show, being in Montreal. And then as I was researching the show, because usually I listen to the stuff. Occasionally I'll read a review or talk to somebody that went to the show, and I actually got some information about the show that I think I understand why Elton was just going all out, being great. Because I came to the realization that I spoke with a fan that attended this show, and I think he said he attended the other Montreal show too. But he said that when Elton arrived in Montreal, he felt sorry for the people in Montreal because of the horrible screw job that happened 2 days before between Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels. So Elton decides to comfort the community of Montreal in the same venue and give them a fucking amazing show to make up for that. So they certainly didn't get screwed on this show. So this is the complete opposite. And allegedly Shawn Michaels was in the crowd, but I can't confirm that. So for Montreal, listen to it. I love the show to death. I don't think overall it's quite making the All-Star, but it has elements that can make it. So I'm going to put Montreal at the king of the S's. Like top-notch S show, highly recommended listening. Elton is the MVP on this, and the playing is fan-fucking-tastic. Love the show to death. TSS.
I wouldn't say top S, but I'd say high S for me. Best solo from I Don't Wanna, for sure. Like, there's no no disagreement there. There's no doubt that this is one of his best instrumental shows of all time. Like, his piano playing is fantastic. The voice definitely is a definite step up from Ottawa, and you could definitely tell that he put his heart and soul in this gig. So it definitely deserves to be in the S rank. For the folks that don't know, so Levon was dropped and replaced with Sorry Seems to Be the Hardest Word. And actually that song works much better, at least at this point in the tour, because it still shows his mid-range very well, but it's not a demanding song to sing. So in that case, I mean, I wish it was. I wish we had a few other songs, but aside from that, I feel that it's just great overall. I feel that it should be, it can't be missed.
Yeah, I fucking love this show. It's always, even going back years and years where we had the inferior copies. I always liked listening to it because it was just so energetic, and it's a very fun listen. It's just a fun show. Elton Bootlegs.
Hi S for me. This is where we are really beginning to rock and roll. I Don't Want to Solo is terrific, and I must highlight the comment on your video from a certain Australian fella called NCF1. Well, I thought the song prior to this was the song of the night. ... But the woman next to me doing a frantic whirling dervish suggests that she too finds the spirited belts, simply awesome piano solo, and solid band play all round irresistible as the #1 song of the night. Well, now she's spinning on the ground, so I think it's possibly still the Poison Ivy. But still, what a version!
Yeah,
man, I would love to read freaking NCF1 fanfics, obviously.
Oh my word!
Oh, like his
He should
comments
write
are
a book.
legendary.
He
Yeah.
should write a book. I'd buy it.
Well,
Obviously,
yeah, I would.
about 10 times the price of others, but
Yeah. Well, if you know, well, if you read someone from the National Cassowary Foundation, there's got to have a lot of great stories. So,
the funny thing as well, I will mention with Sorry Seams coming in place of Leave On, is the fact that you've got Sorry Seams and you've also got Love's Got a Lot to Answer For, and the intro sounds exactly the same.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing. It's like, I remember listening to Love's Got a Lot to Answer for the very first. I remember thinking, where have I heard this before? Then I realised, I was like, oh, right. You hear it in songs all over the place where you're like, oh, it's got that vibe. Or... Yeah, exactly. Well, he could do it anyway. It's his song anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot. The energy levels on this are great, and Elton is really on it now. I don't think. I think the story that Greg tells is a bit far fetched, but
what? The screw job happened a few days before, and it's from the same venue. How? That's true.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the reason why. I think it's because he's cold free, and he's able to express himself in a much better way than he could with a cold.
Yeah.
And we can all back that up, because when we've had colds in the past that have held us back from doing certain things, once you're free of it, you feel fantastic. Like me last weekend, where I was full of a cold, I felt awful, and then recovered very well.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better.
Like you with your oven, Greg. I mean, you had a bit of a disaster with that last weekend, but now you've recovered and you're happier.
And I actually got some sleep, so that's good.
But Astro Blood 1219 in full.
Take time to read this sleepless. Yeah, I would have this as a high S show. Very, very, very admirable listen. I really enjoy this.
I fucking love it. Ethan, how about you?
Again, yeah, I'd have it as a high S. I don't think it's all star. I don't think it's all star. I think it has elements of all star, but I don't think overall it's a high S. So, yeah, that's all I have to say. Really.
Yeah, just hearing Elton, just because he just sounds so like, before we move to the next show, like he just sounds like he's really enthusiastic, like he's ready to do the show. Like it's such a lively show, and it's just a really fun listen. Like this is definitely highly recommended, and the quality is pretty freaking good too, which is always great.
Yeah,
so, absolutely. TSS, I have a question for you.
You go ahead.
Want to start Knoxville?
Sure.
Go ahead.
All right. So Knoxville is maybe like half a notch down from Montreal here, but I think what really makes this show is the fact that this is like an A+ audience recording, and you have a person with the like that tape, like freaking perfect gear. You can really hear all of the instruments and all of the intricacies. Like you hear, you can hear like very intricate guitar work by Davey and John. You hear wonderful percussion work by John Mahon, and Charlie's drumming and Elton's piano. You can hear all of the instruments separated from one another. So the performances here, great stuff. Like Gray Seal has the "See What's Real" embellishment, which sounds really good. And the band, like I said, tight musically, just like in Montreal. Elton isn't as adventurous with some of the piano, but it's still very high quality. So, like I said, Sand and Water, best recording quality of the tour, and you really hear how great of a band they are, especially during like the encores. When they're tuning up the acoustic guitars for Sand and Water, it's just a brilliant listen, and this is you should not miss this show at all. So I'm gonna give this a low S above Audience with Elton John.
All right. The Elton bootlegs.
Before I begin talking about this gig, there's a case of libel in your description on YouTube that I must read out here. Saturday Night's Alright for Fighting has elements of the Royal Gala version, in brackets, the Elton Bootlegs' favourite performers of the song. Well, first of all, you spelled favourite wrong. That's a big no-no. Secondly, it is not my favourite performance of the song. It's one of my least favourite performances of the song. We have had this discussion for years and years and years, and I keep telling you I don't like it, but for some reason you think I do. I still remember when you got Charlie Morgan to share that bloody video. I've heard that you like this performance. No, I do not.
David Payton shared it.
Apparently I had a bad day, but it made it worse. Anyway, enough about Gregson lying through his teeth. This is a strong show, but it's not as strong as Montreal. I mean, the band performances are brilliant. Elton singing, it's not as good for me as it was at Montreal. I think it's getting to a point where I think a day or two off would come in handy. And as we will see with the next two shows, that's what happens. But I do really like this show. It's a nice listen without it being completely out there. Yeah, unfortunately, Saturday Night's Alright for Fighting isn't exactly my favourite version, especially as it's got elements of that fucking performance in there. But in terms of the shut up, you're trying to put me off. Anyway, I'm going to give this a mid to low S. You're a horrible person, Gregson.
I didn't think you'd read it, but...
What do you mean you didn't think I'd read it? I always read your descriptions, in case you throw in little tidbits like that.
But look, here's the thing. I'll tell the full story later on. But
for tidbits like me.
But yeah, I did spell favorite right, just not your style. But yeah, I mean, it's just. I just call it like I see it. And the fact that Charlie and David Payton have highlighted that performance to you, it's so special. But also...
you can tell the story, and...
Well, I mean, I just felt bad for you that day.
And yet you told them that was my favourite version. I mean, it could have been the Sydney '86 version. I'd have appreciated that a lot more.
And
they're both on that.
Said it was one of your favorites musically, but it's okay. There's nothing wrong with saying it differently. But going back to Knoxville, I love listening to the show because the quality is so good that you can just hear everything on this. Like you can hear every bit of drum work Charlie's done. You can hear all the subtle tones of Elton's voice, and it's like you can't hide anything on this recording. It's amazing. It's definitely a recommended listen for the tour for the quality alone. And I love it. It's one of the greatest audience tapes that you'll ever hear of an Elton show. So it's fantastic. The gig itself is very solid. I will say Elton does sound a little rougher than Montreal. He also has it's probably the quality of the tape picking up on it, but he sounds a little more. He sounds a little not only a little rougher, but he's got a little bit more of a husk to his voice, a little darker sounding.
Yeah.
So it's like maybe he overdid things on the previous gig, and maybe this is what the consequences, but. He's still pretty good through this show. It's nothing like the cold shows, just some wear and tear in general. He starts off the show pretty conservatively, like where Simple Life has the rougher sort of tone that you would hear at the Prime live gigs on the first song or two, but he gets his voice warmed up by the end of that, which is good. But yeah, there's some, and then also they're trying to figure out the mix because the piano is really low in the mix on Simple Life, but by the one, it's back to what you would expect. Well, yeah, Elton's vocals are good, but yeah, there is some wear and tear on it. He's, you know, but there's still some adventurous phrasing. Like Philadelphia Freedom is a fun listen where he's like randomly embellishing stuff, and so he's clearly into the gig. So which is a really good thing. Saturday Night's Alright for Fighting. Yeah, it has elements of a special version, but at least we can appreciate the effort. The Bitch is Back has a hilarious moment where it's a really good performance. Elton sounds enthusiastic about singing it, but I don't know what happened, but Davy Johnson's guitar, like there's so much energy or something, but his guitar like breaks a string and gets knocked out of tune or something. It's like what what happened here? But it's a really good show overall. Like the ballads sound great with that huskier voice. Like last song is excellent. I do love the Something About the Way It Looks Tonight, even though it's not the best version overall. It's just really solid, and the quality is just like you got to hear this. Yeah, there's a lot of songs you just got to hear, just based on the quality alone. And yeah, I would say the ballads are better vocally on this show compared to the rockers, but it's still a very solid show overall. Still has good energy, but yeah, it's a step or two down from Montreal. And I was thinking, okay, it's teetering a bit, but I'm gonna say lowest S, sort of that ranking, because there's some really good stuff on here, and the energy and effort is still clearly there. So Elton Bootlegs, you want to start Tallahassee?
Ooh! Now, this takes me back a couple of years, this does, because when we had the unfortunate lockdown in the UK, I had nothing to do for a couple of months, so I started uploading shows again and I took requests. And there's a certain someone here that said, if you don't upload this show, I will not be happy. CSS Killer. So he requested that I upload this, got the video made up, and I absolutely love this show. Such an interesting listen throughout the whole tour, and this is one of the best shows for me. And I can understand why he is so passionate about this gig. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, is this your favourite show?
It's definitely one of them. Yeah, if it's like a personal favorite, yeah, it's one of them.
There's something about this place as well. I mean, the only other gig that I remember we have from here is 86, and he has a good time then. And he has just as much of a good time here without the drugs and drink. And his voice is a lot better, so that helps.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a terrific show. I absolutely love all the performances. The band are great. Elton's just very, very daring with his voice. Especially towards the end of the show as well. Benny sounds fantastic at this show. It's if this is a version where I would say go and listen to it. There are certain things that he'll do. I mean, the Shine a Light in Philadelphia Freedom, he actually nails it. First time since October. And I love this show. I think that this has to go into the All-Star category for me. What's in the All-Star category, Greg? I mean, I should have been keeping up. But,
all right, from best to worst?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we have on the joint TierMaker here is Moline, Schoffenberg, House of Blues, first Charleston, second Charleston, Virginia Beach, Winston-Salem.
Okay. Personally, for me, I'd stick it just ahead of the Charleston shows.
Okay, all right.
What are you giggling at?
Nothing.
What are you giggling at? Come on then, Gregory.
No, keep talking.
I'm finished. A great show.
All right, so ahead of the Charlestons.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Woo! For me, Tallahassee is a very special listen. It because do you guys remember the old source where it was really like, kind of almost muffled and the quality was a little because TSS. I believe you've listened and uploaded some stuff from this with the really bad source years and years ago.
Yes.
And it was just and even in that quality and stuff, you were always very enthusiastic about the show and
Yes.
and I remember those descriptions and so it'd be very interesting to hear your current take, with the new copy and everything. But for me in Tallahassee, it doesn't have quite the sentimental passion that TSS in this gig has. But I'm not going to use that argument against or for it because it's drastically unfair, and it's not like I use that anyway. But for Tallahassee, it is a very enjoyable show. It's got some of the qualities of Montreal, where you have a lot of lively energy from Elton, and he's putting extra effort into his playing and singing. And it's got some elements of some of these other all-star gigs too, which is fantastic. Very fun show, and I think because this show is the second to last show from the tour leg because we got one more after, and then it's over. So I think the band see the finish line here or something because they're playing with wow, they're putting forth a lot of effort. I love it. The vocals are extremely good. They're cleaner than Knoxville, and they're right about maybe a little better than Montreal in places. So the vocals are very high quality too. And after a few songs, Elton just zones in and gets really focused and just absolutely takes control of this gig. He's amazing throughout. There's some stumbles early on, like Grace Seal has some mistimed lyrics, and Tiny Dancer has like a squawk note, but apart from that, it's fine. But the good stuff, you have Goodbye Elbrick Road, which is one of the better versions from this part of the tour. It has stronger falsetto than the last handful of versions, which is very surprising. I say Honky Cat is an improvement. The falsetto is more lively sounding, stronger. Blues is one of the best versions on the tour. If the River Can Bend is probably top 3, if not top 5, because he's so into the song, just throwing embellishments everywhere, and the piano playing's amazing. I Don't Wanna is one of the best. You have clean tones, overdriven tones, tons of energy, an amazingly aggressive solo, and he's so into that performance. It's one of the best too. It's up there with that first Charleston, the Montreal, and there's another one later on which I think is deserves some recognition because it's that good. But Love's Got a Lot to Answer For, just as good as some of those early versions in October. And it's the rest of the gig very consistent. And Elton's voice doesn't sound tired, at all, compared to the last few gigs where he doesn't sound as fatigued. He doesn't degrade like you would hear at the early November. Obviously he's over the cold, but I don't know, he sounds a lot more into it. The energy level is amazing. It's consistent. But for me, it's I was looking at the TierMaker and I was going to the show. I'm like, fuck it. Now this is one of these shows where I'm having a hard time with the ranking, and I don't want to divert and give it to somebody else because that's just that's one of those things where it's I'm not being upfront with it. So It's like it's so close. It's like I don't know whether to rank it the highest of A, excuse me, the highest of S, or like creeping into the All Star because I'm thinking of Winston Salem.
A.
No,
You
no,
on
I'm
drugs?
yes, I am. I'm sorry. I meant highest of S or creeping into the All Stars, and it's like I'm trying to compare it to Winston Salem, and it's like okay, the wild card moments. Okay, there's different. It's like there's some elements that are better on this show compared to like Winston Salem.
Yeah.
But then there's other parts where Winston Salem's better. So it's like this is really truly a gig where I'm having a tough time. It's literally in between highest of S and a low All Star. Like it's right there.
I think it's an all-star gig. I feel quite strongly about it as well.
Well, I mean, and the thing is, I can't outright disagree or agree with you. That's the difficult part because I would love to point at you and say ha ha, but I can't because I'm so conflicted. But just for this sake, I am going to put Tallahassee on my at the absolute highest level of S that you can possibly imagine. But in reality, I would have it in between the two. Like I can't fully decide. And this is one of these times where I'm like, I got to hear all these arguments out because I'm literally confused on this one. So, TSS Killer. You go ahead.
All right. So let's get down to business. This is one of the best gigs on the tour. The energy levels are at an all-time high. Love's Got a Lot to Answer For has higher embellishments than some of the earlier versions of the song, which doesn't make any fucking sense. But having Elton's voice throw himself around, the falsetto on Yellow Brick Road is fantastic. They do a war chant during the freaking encore before Sand and Water, and everybody in the band gets into it, and that's fucking amazing. The crowd are absolutely on fire. Elton's vocals are like very consistent, very high quality, and it still remains probably my favorite on the tour. Like in terms of like both the energy and the vocal performances. It just realistically, aside from a couple of fuck ups, I mean, like I said, the squawking on Tiny Dancer really doesn't mean a damn thing to me. Everybody, I mean, when everybody's on the stage performing at their absolute limit, there really isn't anything I can say bad about it. So, and then, oh God, Pilot. Woo-hoo-hoo. Also that too.
I've never heard that reaction before. I thought I was expecting a instead of
Yeah, so
I might use that one a bit. I might use that
now,
one in Euro '86.
Yeah, so now with that being said, this is going into high all-star under Moline. Let's go.
Yes!
Emphysema Greg in the background, completely like putting his distaste.
Hey, TSS and Ethan, do you know what this means?
You lose!
And we get up. Lose. I always think when we start TierMakers, how am I going to get moments that top the previous ones? And I think that one's just gone and done it for me.
Woo. So.
No one says woo around here but me.
That's not helping. So, okay. So Tallahassee, okay, under Moline. So, where would this compete with House of Blues and a Schoffenberg?
It's above it.
Above it? Okay.
Yay. It's Elton's vocals, it's the energy of the crowd, and the willingness of the band. Like I said, the band break out into war chant. Like they never fucking do that. Like it's one of the rare times that they actually like get into an improv song during the damn encore. Absolutely crazy. Probably one of the best crowds of the tour.
Oh, it makes me wish that it makes me wish for the Brothers in Arms TierMaker, Greg, because it reminds me of one of the gigs off that. Well, the crowd are that enthusiastic. It's where's the place? Arnhem. That's it. Arnhem in Holland, and the crowd are that enthusiastic. They start doing a chant, and the band end up joining in. It's great. Football chant. Na 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 na. Na, 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 and it goes on for about 2 minutes. It's fantastic.
Na, 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 na,
Hey, Greg,
hey.
you lose.
Fuck off, Elton. The Elton bootlegs. I lost. Ethan, please talk about this gig.
Tallahassee. I agree. I agree with Greg. You're gonna love this. I agree with TSS Killer and the Elton bootlegs. I think it's an all-star show. I mean, it just is. It just is an all-star show.
Okay, well, I fucking know now because everyone wants to put it up there.
Again, I can't wait for these uploads. I can't wait.
Stop. I didn't. That was an accident. Okay?
It was. I know it was.
That was an accident. I was an accident. I even say excuse me because I'm polite.
You're gonna have to get out the Mick Foley car crash sound. Have a nice day.
I need some chair shots to the head after this TierMaker.
All right. We're gonna. All right. We have one more. We have one more gig left on the American tour.
All right. Okay. So what
Memphis.
I'm going to do is let's just start Memphis. Elton bootlegs. Just start Memphis. I gotta go have a cry.
Right. This for me is essentially a sister show to Tallahassee. It sounds as good in spots, but there are one or two weaker spots. I would still put this in the All-Star category, but I'd have it below Tallahassee. Just that Tallahassee's just got that oomph about it. I might use that one a bit more. Oomph.
Yeah.
Especially when we talk about the next tour. But overall the performances are terrific, and you can tell it's an end of term feeling, obviously, with it being the final gig on the US tour, and what a way to end it as well. And then it obviously is giving Elton the confidence then go back to the UK, and we'll discuss those shows shortly. But these last two are fantastic, and this one as well. Although it goes below Tallahassee, that's no insult to it, because this again would be one of the shows. If somebody said, "What should I listen to on this tour leg?" you'd have no hesitation in sending them to Memphis. Some really, really strong performances, and Charlie Morgan has a terrific night on the drum kit. It makes my heart bleed. It makes me cry to think that 12 months' time he won't be there, and his replacement. Oh
no!
It just makes me emotional. Wait till we discuss them shows. When Nikita and no, not Nikita.
No.
Why couldn't we have Charlie? Imagine that song in '97. Oh,
It would have
that's
sounded
so
awesome.
good.
Yeah.
Anyway, All-Star show underneath Tallahassee, and that ends the US tour for me.
Oh, okay. I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back here. You know, it's like I had a good cry, and then I had to piss like a racehorse, and I almost threw up. You know, listening to some of this stuff, but going to Memphis. For me, I know Elton Bootlegs, you love this show, and you gave it an all-star. but you and I were gonna have to fight because as much as I love the show, I don't think it's as good as some of these other ones in the in the All-Star category. I think this is a high S show, and I'm gonna explain why.
Go on, man.
Because because I think it's amazing overall, in the sense that the musicianship is fantastic. Charlie is indeed the MVP. It's like, yeah, like if Elton has his standout gigs, like Montreal for the playing, the early stuff in October, and then Tallahassee, you have these Elton highlight gigs where he's like the MVP. This would be a Charlie Morgan MVP show. I love it, but it's like, I do think it's a step down from Tallahassee, because listening to it, it's basically Tallahassee, but everything is a little bit like it's a little less than Tallahassee. Like if Tallahassee scores a 10, Memphis would be like a 9 or a 9.5. Like but Charlie's there to pick up the slack and be absolutely amazing on the drums. I will say that Elton is very creative with the piano playing, more so than some of the other gigs. So it's really one of those like toss-up gigs where I'm like, okay, well, it's one of those in-betweeners sort of things. There's a lot of power from Elton. There's some songs where he kind of lets off the gas a bit and kind of goes like conservative with his delivery, but there's others where the energy just goes right back into the singing and then he starts embellishing. So it's like, I don't know if he's pacing himself or something, but it's something I picked up on when I was hearing this. But there's some really good vocal performances. Daniel is awesome. The pilot performance is excellent too, vocally and musically as well. And Davy Johnson sounds awesome throughout this gig too, especially on the rockers. Made in England, double thumbs up. And Believe is really aggressively sung. It's a great version for that. So I would say Someone Saved is one of the best versions from the tour, because it's so good musically and the vocals have extra oomph behind it. But it's like, I don't know, it's like, as great as the gig is, and I agree that it deserves to be highly ranked, I don't think it quite matches Tallahassee or some of these other all-star ones as a whole, because I think certain elements are all-star, but I think some of them are kind of dragging it to like that territory where it's like, well, it could be, but I'm not totally sold on the all-star idea on this gig.
No.
But I will say Memphis is a top S show. Like it's right up there. And I love Montreal to death. And you guys know I love Montreal.
Yeah.
Like I love Montreal. It's just the Montrealisms throughout the gig are just make me want to listen to it. But I would say Memphis, like, it has better elements compared to Montreal on some of the stuff, but Montreal blows it away on like the piano playing. So it's right in that range. But I will stick Memphis in the top echelon of the S's. So I'll put it right just slightly like a hair under Montreal, but it could go either way. So TSS, what are your thoughts on the final show of the North American tour?
It is a notch under Tallahassee for sure. It's not as like spirited like there is a lot of spirited performances from that show, but there's a lot, as Greg said, there's quite a bit of conservative moments. The quality is better, but having better quality doesn't mean it's a better show. I personally think I enjoyed this actually better than Montreal. But for me, this is the only time I would say no, this doesn't belong in the all-star category because of the other things around it. The tone, the tonality of the other all-star gigs are still better than the Memphis one. And there's going to be one more gig that's going to still be on top of this one, but I'm going to still say that this is better than Montreal, and I'm going to put this on high S above Montreal.
All right, now I can cry and be joyful. Ethan, how about you?
Go away, Greg.
Sorry.
I'll be right back. Be back in a moment.
All right. I'm not sure about Memphis. I really want to put it in All Star, but at the same time, I'm like, there's like something stopping me from doing. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna agree with it, like TSS and just put it in S.
How could
I really want to, but there's like something stopping me from.
Well, there goes your point, Greg, about teams anyway.
It's like thank you so much, Ethan, and thank you so much, TSS. You have made me so fucking happy that it's finally not 3-on-1 or I have to sit here and cry. But
the thing is, this is only the first time it's happened to me. So
I mean, how does it feel?
Well,
it's okay. At least it's because I overrate the show anyway.
Well, it's only one show I did that for, Greg.
Fucking.
You never know.
Okay. Hey, at least I didn't rate Leeds' but it's such a great feeling. I mean, I feel so happy, and it's like, man, I'm on form today. But you know, it's like when we look at the big picture, the fact that we're all here talking about these Elton gigs, and you know the discussions are great, and determining like where we rank these. You know, it's a fun thing. It's really fun. And TSS is still lost a bit, so you know he'll find his way back. Don't worry. I'll just wiggle a bunch of big picture shows in front of his computer, and he'll come back. But it's like TSS, you're back.
Yay.
Normally, this would be the end of a TierMaker, but I'm like, we got a short UK leg to go through with 5 recordings.
Exactly.
So you can start Glasgow. The really incomplete Glasgow recording.
The really incomplete Glasgow, but you can definitely tell that this is still a very good show. Like he has a lot cleaner like tone. It's like he's like, again, we talk about the rejuvenation of the voice. Those few weeks off really made a difference because he's starting to be more spirited with his deliveries again. Like there's some performances on this show and the following show where it's like, what the fuck? Like it's just crazy stuff. Like there's some good stuff on like Simple Life and the One where it's like wow, we're going back like 2 months now. And it's a pretty damn good show for the start of the tour. And like I said, you know, the UK crowds, you know, they make these shows, and we're gonna get to the reasoning why in a little bit. But overall, for the Glasgow show, I will put this one in mid S behind Montreal.
Yeah, I mean, any favorite performances you have from this? Because it's a shame because we're missing half the show.
Yeah, I Don't Want is good. Like the I Don't Want It from this leg is wow. It's just some great performances, and like I said, Simple Life and the One, some great stuff as well, and especially on the next gig. It's going to be some great talking about that, because these are like very spirited gigs that you got to listen to understand where we're coming from.
Yeah, for me, Glasgow is, it's a shame it's so incomplete, because what we have on this recording is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's like it's a tease. Like, it's like it's not just a show that was just incomplete. It's like what we have is like, man, he sounds so good. He's rejuvenated. Yeah, I mean, he sounds about as good as how we started the tour in October, which is great. Yeah. So he's back to pretty much full power here. Highlights. First of all, the band, they're energetic and they're very happy to be on the stage. Like, the energy's there. The prowess is mostly intact from the later North American gigs. There's some moments where it's a little more loose, but it's the first gig, so I can give them a little bit of a pass on some of that. But yeah, the vocals are just phenomenal on this show. The One has clean voice and multiple falsetto bits, so it almost like it sounds like it could come from October.
Yeah.
And then Gray's Seal is really good too. Goodbye Eldrick Road. The singing is phenomenal. It's one of the best versions for the vocals from this era. I love the Honky Cat. Like, the belts are so strong. The falsetto's great. It's like effortless falsetto that he brings back, and it's like it sounds about as good as early versions from the tour in terms of the North American tour. So it's like the voice is rejuvenated. This, it's so lively. He's into it, and Sacrifice is now in the set because that's replaced Can You Feel the Love Tonight. But yeah, Sacrifice is back in the set, and yeah, there's some lyrical goofs early on, but man, he sings it well. Yeah. So good vocals. One of my favorite performances of blues comes from this show, where it's like he's throwing his voice around. He's so into the song. There's the prime live energy all throughout. So he's like absolutely, completely into the song, which is great. And it's just, I can pick out, like, most of the songs that we have on this Glasgow show have like highlight moments that are just, wow, you got to hear this. So yeah, it's a shame it's incomplete. It could have been like a potential like top show or something, and it's really promising. But yeah, just based off the incompleteness of it, I'm going to comfortably put an asterisk by this and put it in S, because it may change, but yeah, I'll put it in the S range, kind of like in the middle road of S's with an asterisk, because man, this really needs a recording that's complete. Elton Bootlegs.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, Greg. Again, it's an asterisk of an S, but if the last half of the show is there and it's as good as the first half, then you could be increasing the score. Energy is fantastic, especially the early part of the set. I mean, Simple Life and the One, what a great opener it is. That's the thing as well, I know we mentioned the set list earlier, but I love this set list in particular, the US and UK, with the fact that there's such a mixture of songs on there. Got the old, very old songs, you got old songs, you got newer songs, you got very new songs, obviously in the album that you're promoting. So I like the fact that they kept Believer Made in England as well. Because you can actually sing it in 97. But But no, this is a very strong start to the UK tour. Unfortunately, there was a reviewer at this concert that wasn't best pleased with it, and we'll find out what that caused a few nights later. Yeah, this is a strong start in the UK stuff. I will give it a mid-S just because of its incompleteness.
Yeah, Ethan.
Totally agree with you guys. Like, it's a very strong start to the UK tour. If we had more of the show, I probably would give it a higher score, but we don't. So it's going in. It's going in the S category.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like I just wish there was a complete recording because there's so much promise on this show. Like, I want it to be an all-star so badly, but I can't jump to conclusions that much because I'd look like a freaking idiot if it comes out and it's not as good.
You get the laugh off. He blows his voice, and no wonder the reviewer said what he said.
Yeah, and then it comes back to me, and it's like, oops. But all right. So for Newcastle, Elton Bootlegs. Go ahead.
It's a similar story, but we have a bit more of this gig at least. The energy's there, very strong. Elton sounds brilliant as well. Oof, 1 minute, sorry. There we go. I'm just, you know when you move position, and as you move, it goes wrong. Well, that's what's just happened. So hence why I sound like I'm out of breath when I'm not.
Yeah.
No, there we go. I'm okay now. No, this is a very strong show. This is one that you could teeter towards the All-Star category, but because it's incomplete, I'm going to give it a high S. Just because we have more of it as well than Glasgow as well. But this is a great show, and a city that holds a strong place in my heart. I always enjoyed listening to Newcastle gigs if we get them. It's a shame we don't have other eras from Newcastle for Elton. Well, par in '82. I wish we had gigs from a certain leg of the tour that we don't have yet, and I don't think we'll ever get. Oh well. But no, this is a strong show. I really enjoyed listening to this, and I will give it a high S.
Where would you put it on the TierMaker for high S? Under Memphis? Above Memphis? Where would you put this? Because we have Memphis as the highest S, and then Montreal.
I'd have it just under. Well,
Just
that's
under.
me. That's me though, because as you know, I'd had it in the All-Star category and I lost. So.
Well, it's not entirely your fault, but
Oh, well, what do you mean it's not my fault?
oh, we'll move on. TSS. I would love you to go next about this Newcastle gig.
Fantastic show. I mean, there's really nothing that can be said. The I Don't Wanna has a C5 in it, which is amazing. Philadelphia Freedom has the last shine of light hit with a fucking authority. Absolutely fucking nailed the last A flat. And throwing his voice around like nobody's business on various songs. Pilot, great. Something About the Way You Look Tonight, great. Made in England and Believe, great. So what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to put it in S, but I'm going to put it on the top S. So it's going to be better than Memphis for me.
Oh. This is where Greg comes in. Oh, you've lost again. Ooh.
You lost again. No, I can't do that. That's so harsh. But yeah, Newcastle is a fun listen. Yes, it is slightly incomplete. It's slightly incomplete because the recording cuts out after 20-some seconds of Benny, so we can't hear the final few songs, but we have most of it, which is great. But yeah, I love this show. This is my favorite show from the UK tour. Because it's so energetic. Elton is totally into it. The musicianship is not only fantastic, but it's a step up from Glasgow. There's, it's a little tighter sounding. And yeah, the opening numbers are top notch. I would say Goodbye Yellow Brick Road and Honky Cat are among the best versions of the song, post surgery. I would say probably say about top three, maybe top five, maybe top three from this era because they're so consistent and so strong. And the falsetto sung on both songs is strong. Like there's no wavering, there's no struggling. It's hit on top. The energy's there. Sacrifice is better than Glasgow as Elton doesn't flub the lyrics and he's more confident. And yeah, Sacrifice is fantastic. It's one of the best band versions of the song ever. I love it. Tiny Dancer, he brings back the Euro 84 voice in some places with the mature 97 tone, so you have a hybrid era, and I love it. Blues is amazing. If the River Can Bend is among the best versions with the embellishments, and it's belted, like it's to the point where these big picture songs live absolutely slay the record versions. But there's some gigs where it's so much better than the album that it's like, man, I just want to like throttle Chris Thomas because it's just like these songs just are meant for the stage. Like they sound so much better. Don't Let the Sun has the softer tone being used, and last song is fantastic. I love the Daniel. I Don't Wanna is another elite version because of the way he delivers it, and he's totally into it. That's one of the strongest versions from the tour. Philadelphia Freedom is mentioned, nails that shine a light with authority. Like, yes, he can do it, and I know he can, and he nails it. And the gig as a whole is just fantastic. Like, I love it. So Elton Bootlegs had it as a top S under Memphis. TSS has it as the highest of S. And then for me, I have it teetering. So it's like, oh no. It's so close.
Let's see what Ethan thinks.
It's so close. I'm teetering. Ethan, go ahead.
Again, it's a bit like Glasgow in the sense that I want to give it an all-star, but I can't because I haven't got enough material to work with. So I'm giving it an S because it's incomplete.
Well, we're on the S category.
High S under Memphis, I think as well.
Oh, it's 2v2.
He's talking bollocks. This is top S. This is top S. It's so good.
Yeah, I can take Greg's side here.
Oh, thank you so fucking much.
Come on,
this
then,
is exact.
And fries.
Yeah, come on,
ready
fish
for
and
this.
chips. Come on, fish and chips. Okay.
Shit.
Look, I will argue this. This gig deserves to be all-star. If it was a complete show and it was just as good on those final few songs, this would be in the all-star tier. You know it in your heart. It's all-star. Potential.
It's got potential, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's gonna be the king of the S's, the top-notch S.
Yeah.
If you say so.
Thank you. And if you say so, why don't you start Manchester, Elton Bootlegs?
Oh dear. Well, unfortunately, I only have 8 songs. And to be fair, actually, I'm glad we only have 8 songs. Because, unfortunately, as I mentioned with Glasgow, saw a review of this show, and it made some rather unfair comments about his jawline and facial expressions. Well, he's enjoying himself. Who the hell cares? And the review also criticised how long the show was. So, unfortunately, he cut several songs out of the set, and enthusiasm's not there, unfortunately. And I can understand why. If somebody's written a review about me, saying that I'm pulling funny faces when I'm having a good time, yeah, I'd be a bit pissed off myself. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to give this the lowest ranking for several reasons. One, we don't have enough of the show, but I get the feeling anyway we'd rank it. I'm going to stick a B category. I'm going to say flat out, this is the worst show that you'll get. It's only because you've got Elton in a bad mood and you haven't got enough of it. But I will get a rating anyway.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we only have the 8 songs, and what we have, I mean, I can't say it's flat out, the worst things I've heard, because at the very least, at least the band are kind of there to salvage it, because, yeah, I can agree, Elton is not in the best mood, and, yeah, he's clearly has a lot of things on his mind, but to give Elton credit, at least it sounds like he has given at least some sort of effort on some of these songs, like Philadelphia Freedom. He still does some embellishments. Like it's not like he's completely phoning it in to the point where it's like absolutely awful for the era. Benny has good effort from there. I mean, granted, the piano isn't as venturous. I can understand, but at least it's not like he's completely sleeping through the performance. Like I've heard worse versions of this from tours where his mind is not there and the effort isn't there, but at least there's something about this performance that's salvageable, even if it's not great. I do appreciate the bitch is back, because it seems that he channels all that anger into the performance. It actually sounds pretty freaking good, but vocally. But the funny thing is, the saxophone solo that you would hear from John Jorgensen, like, you can't even hear it. So I don't know if there was a technical issue or I don't know. It happens on Montreal too, but here it's like, okay, the saxophone isn't working. So then Elton just gets in there and starts doing this crazy piano solo to make up for it. So I mean, there's some effort there, but yeah, I would agree that Elton's mood does affect the performances from at least his side of things, and the band, they're fine. I mean, I can't criticize the band here, and I don't entirely blame Elton for not being in the best mood, because the reviewer was kind of taking personal attacks at his appearance. I mean, so
Yeah.
I mean, I can kind of give him a pass. Well, not so much a pass as like, well, I can understand why he wasn't in the greatest mood. But yeah, who knows what the rest of the gig sounds like? But chances are we may not be talking about it with the most positive outlook. So yeah, I agree. Lowest ranking overall, it's a B underneath Amherst. TSS.
Totally agree with the sentiments there. Elton is completely like phoning it in, not there. He's really not there in terms of that, because it does go below Amherst, because at least in Amherst he actually gives some effort. Here it's just like really like not spirited at all. He's not into the show because of like we've said, the bad review, and also the incomplete quality doesn't help matters. The incompleteness of this show doesn't help matters. But I can definitely tell that he just wants to get the fuck off the stage and just go home. And he just wants to just get back to the hotel room and just sulk. Probably like rip curtains or some shit. That's probably what he feels like doing. And just like in the Amherst show, where the people in the audience says, "Tantrums and tiaras." Yeah, it's the same shit here.
Yeah, but also what's hilarious is on the recording, Elton plays your song before the bitch is back. Like he swaps it. So
Yeah, he swaps it. Yeah.
So I don't think he was originally gonna play either the bitch is back or it was just like a way to kind of make him laugh a bit because they play your song and then he just gets right back on the stage and does the bitch is back. I don't know if that.
Yeah, because I think maybe he was just gonna stop and just go away and then just did okay. It's like all right, I'll do the bitches back. Right.
Yeah, so you know it fits in with his mood. So I mean,
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, if there is a throwaway show
This
for
is
this
it.
tour, this is it. But at least I mean, there's some good stuff on it mixed in with the phoning it in stuff. So it's like, well, would you? It's like I would so highly not recommend this, but you know, for
No.
completionist's sake.
Yeah. Yeah. Realistically, no.
Yeah. Ethan, what are your thoughts on the eight passionate songs from Manchester?
Well, I mean, yeah, I can't see a good reason to listen to this unless we're doing something like this for a TierMaker, or unless you want to be a completionist. So, yeah, I don't see any reason to listen to this again.
Well, at least the quality's okay. So I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like it's complete.
At least it's not running like 2.5 semitones flat or some shit.
Yeah, I mean it could be worse.
Yeah.
So TSS, I'll let you start the next night in Birmingham. So go ahead.
Okay, so Birmingham's interesting because he's in a lot better mood. Does it mean that it's all top shelf? No. I still think that there's still kind of little bit of conservatism coming by, and I think even though he's in a better mood, it's a very good gig. I mean, it's very nice, and voice is in good condition, and like I said, he puts more effort into the show. But I would still put it in a pretty good light, though. I mean, all things considered, the previous show was a complete fucking train wreck. As Greg mentioned, it was a complete 180, which I totally agree with. I mean, just realistically, the performances here are fine. They're good. I mean, I have no complaints about it. So in my ranking, I would put it in the lowest of S's.
So would that be underneath Audience of Elton John?
Yes,
Or, okay.
yes, correct.
Okay.
The lowest of S's, yeah. Still a decent show to listen to, yeah.
For me, Birmingham is another one of those ones that I think is understated and underrated just because I don't know if it's quality or because it's surrounded by like a more famous show, you know, that being the next gig we have, which would be at Wembley Arena. But yeah, I really do like it. It's mood's better, energy's better, and there is a very lively energy to the show. And I'm like listening to it, and I'm like, this is sort of like a comparison to the upcoming Wembley show, where it's got some of the same elements that makes it really, good. And it has some better stuff and some worse stuff on it. So kind of makes it a little difficult to kind of rank it in the sense of in relation to the tour, because clearly, obviously this show is almost complete, which is a good thing because Manchester only has 8 songs. Newcastle is missing stuff after the first 20 seconds of Benny, and Glasgow's missing half the show. So we have a lot more to look at here in comparison. And to Elton's credit, he does restore basically all the songs back into the set after Manchester. So that's a very good thing. I'm having a tough time with this one because I'm torn between the highest of A and the lowest of S for this one, because I think it's a very consistent gig and it's very good, but I just feel that the gigs that we have the one, and there's another one that's coming up, I think is a more well-rounded show in comparison to this one, because this one has a bit more lively energy to it, and Elton does, put a lot of effort into his performances, and there are certain songs where he does go all out a little bit more and really is focused, but there's still, conservative bits on here that, you'd think that maybe he should have tried this, maybe he should have done that. But I think it's an excellent show, borderline, like beyond excellent, but I think it's missing something from here that's kind of elevating it more. It's not like falling flat or anything, but I just think it's almost like it's running on 7 cylinders as opposed to 8 cylinders. But I have a feeling that the next night, because this is the first of 2 Birmingham shows, I believe. I think the second night may be a better show for some reason. But that's just me. But right, it's like, well, me and Birmingham, lots of bicycles. Fuck it, I'm not trying. But still, it's it's
Can I just say, Greg, that's the best impression you've ever done.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Well done.
Doesn't sound Australian this time like the other ones do.
I've been practicing, but yeah,
Keep going.
Right, for me, it's Birmingham shows. Hi,
You slipped into Kermit the Frog.
Oh, god damn it! I'm not even gonna try anymore. Fuck off.
This is Kermit the Frog here.
I'm gonna give this gig a high eye. Highest of eye.
Please say that again.
No,
was hilarious.
Fuck off. But yeah, I think the gig is the top-notch A show that could have gone to S. So I'm kind of like in that territory, but that's just me. But Elton Bootlegs, it's your turn.
Great. Now, like 1984, 1985, I went to this show, and you could tell straight away he was in a much better mood. I'd been up to Manchester the night before, and he was in a really bad mood. I could understand why. That review was awful. Anyway, I agree with TSS, and I think it's a low S. I really enjoyed myself, Unfortunately, Greg's right, because the next night was even better. And I'm going to come out of the accent now. But yeah, no, I do agree with TSS. I can't have this show in the A category because there are standout moments for me. The guy Living Easy in Philadelphia Freedom is
oh yeah, fantastic.
Fantastico. No, but this is a strong UK show, and I couldn't have it in the A category. I think it's too good to be in there.
Yeah,
sorry,
agreed.
Greg.
Right, I better fuck
You know
off.
what that means? You lose. I didn't realise it'd come out like that. Yeah.
Ethan, Tony, Thompson, Murray.
Hello.
What are your thoughts?
Well, Greg, I'm afraid you're not going to like me very much. Because I'm afraid you're going to lose on this one because...
I hate you.
That's
Because-
not a Brummie accent, that's an Australian accent.
'cause when you said high A, I was thinking to myself, I can't do that. I can't give it that. Like, it's too good of a show to be a high A. So it's going in low S. I
My
can't.
God, it's a high A if you only had half the show, but unfortunately...
You have most of the show.
Yeah.
You have most of the
Like-
show here.
It's like,
Yeah.
hey, Greg, we asked 100 people what they thought of Birmingham. Their survey says... Oh, dear.
Fine, I'll move
It's
it
like,
back.
Ethan, you said low S. Our survey says... Ding. You've won a prize! You've won a weekend away in Detroit with Greg Barnes.
And we can have a trip to Turkey too. But
Turkey.
Something you take to the beach. You said
Turkey.
a
Turkey.
turkey. Oh dear.
Turkey.
Buy at a supermarket.
Name something you stuff. A turkey.
Turkey.
Oh, was it
Oh.
no, you roast? Say something you roast. Yay, we got an answer that actually works.
Right. So I'm going to stop with my accent attempts because they're not getting me anywhere, and I thought I was going to
Yeah.
win this, but it didn't work.
Wembley.
So for the final show,
12-19.
for the final show, 12-19, one of the best dates in Elton's career, with many great things being highlighted. We have 12-19-85, 12-19-87, 12-19-82, 12-19-97.
12-19-87.
So
Yes.
I will let the Elton bootleg start this one since I want to be nice to him.
I'd rather you go first because I think you've got the history with this gig, even though I bought it. And it's your debate.
All right.
Okay, all right, fine. I'm getting put on the spot. Okay, well, just to be at the forefront here, when I went on a multi-gig uploading spree to get all the UK shows up in one night with a 2.5-hour nap in between, I for some reason forgot that YouTube had an upload limit on videos, and right after I finished uploading Birmingham, I went to upload the London show, and I realized I hit my limit, and I could not upload the show, and I was cheesed off, and then I was hungry, so then I went to make myself a pizza because I was so pissed off. I unstick the I get the frozen pizza out of the little cardboard box and put it in the oven, and I set the timer to 21 minutes, and then I go back there trying to debate what to do with TSS, Elton Bootlegs, and Ethan here, and what I'm going to do with this, and they're telling me to to lay off the TierMaker and get some sleep and wait 24 hours to upload Wembley. And I'm like, okay, they had to talk me into not doing the TierMaker because apparently, from what I was told, I was a little manic. And then I hear the timer go off, and I go over to get my pizza out of the oven, and it was still frozen for some reason. And I realized I was so upset about the fucking upload limit and getting distracted by people on Mumble that I forgot to turn the fucking dial on to heat up the pizza. So it sat there. And didn't cook properly. And stuff was falling off the pizza because of the thawed in the oven. So...
You mean it thawed out, not de-thawed. De-thawed means to freeze.
Whatever the fuck it is, it did. But it defrosted. That's what
Defrosted, yeah.
Yeah, well,
Defrosted.
there's nothing wrong with confusing hard words, but the thing is, I messed up the pizza, but was able to recover, and they talked me into not doing the TierMaker because I was so out of it apparently.
Yeah.
So I had a good night's sleep, and I hardly remember that day, but I recovered nicely and was able to upload the show a couple days later. So I recovered nicely, and I did manage to make sure to learn how to operate an oven. So with that being said, when we get to the show in London, it's the last show we have on. It's the last show we have on the tour. The final gig takes place on the 20th of December, so it's the night after this one. But what we have from the first night, very, very solid. So much energy. The quality is great. And yeah, it's a grand show. They want to go out with a bang, and this is a hell of a show to listen to. The quality is so good, and from the mix is so unique that you get a great atmospheric sound on the ballads. Charlie's drumming is just I mean, it's like so good, and
Put
you
it
know
down.
the
Bloody hell.
I'm sorry, but yeah, the drumming is so good. It sounds amazing.
Stop kissing your cat, Greg.
Oh.
Oh,
Put the pussy down. Now.
Oh dear.
Filthy minds we have. To our younger viewers, I won't explain that.
I fucking lost my train of thought here. Okay, so yeah, Charlie's drumming is excellent at this gig, and the sound just shows you just how good this band is. All the performances are energetic. There's a lot of effort being put in. Elton is an excellent voice overall, very powerful. The belts are awesome. Daniel is one of my favorite versions of all time because of the way he sings it and the quality. It's just so atmospheric, and it's just a great sound to it. It just highlights how good the song was on this tour. And I absolutely love the show. And I think it's a great way to end the tour. I would love to hear the second night where Elton says he could never play or sing better than that night. But this is a good gig to kind of get a preview of that. The show is fantastic overall. I think I want to put it in S. I think it's better than Birmingham. I think it's better than Audience with Elton John. And I think it's a little bit better than Knoxville as a whole. In Evansville, Elton is stronger here. Band is just about as good. Glasgow is incomplete, but Elton is in a fresher voice. But band is... I'm going to put it at a mid to high S underneath Montreal, but above Glasgow, Evansville, Knoxville, Audience with Elton John, and Birmingham. Because I think it's a more well-rounded show compared to Birmingham, and it's got some stronger moments compared to some of those other S-ranked shows. And overall, it's great. There's still some flubs on here, like I'm Still Standing's intro is a little bit goofy. Yeah, but that's like the one big fault on the gig. Everything else is excellent. If that fault wasn't there, I probably would have ranked it above Montreal, maybe Memphis, but I will compromise and put it at like a moderately high S. So that's my take. And TSS, go ahead.
Well, we got in the same ballpark. Really great show here. Definitely better than Birmingham. For me, though, I like moments better at like Glasgow better. So I know that you would put it higher than Glasgow. I'd put it lower than Glasgow, but pretty much we have it pretty much exactly this at the same rank where it's like a mid S for me. Like the I'm Still Standing intro is like, well, it's like it sounds to me like they just wanted to put it in there and then they didn't know how the hell. It kind of reminds me of the intro from like the Virginia Beach version where they really didn't know how to get started. Except it was a little bit except the synths were a little bit more polished in this one rather than the one from Virginia Beach, but it still kind of like sticks out like a sore thumb. The I Don't Want is not as adventurous as the first two versions from this leg, so that's why I'm not putting it above that. But the rest of the show is still fantastic. It's still a must listen to, but for me personally, it's still a little bit lower than Glasgow, but still higher than Knoxville. So That's about it's about the same rank as there.
Yeah, like the thing is, if Glasgow was complete or more complete, I would have put Glasgow ahead of it. The only reason I put it above it is because we're missing so much.
I know.
So it's like,
I know, but that doesn't. But still, I can have an opinion on a more incomplete show than what we have here. I mean, it's still, like I said, at the end of the day, it's our opinion. Because we know from a track record standpoint that, especially during this time, I don't expect Elton's voice to become tired. So I think it's safe to make an assumption here, even though making assumptions on a tier maker is kind of taboo at points, but
yeah,
I'm confident over
it's
here.
like you don't want to be an ass because the ump will shun you, but it's
William Shatner.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, mid S. Yeah,
mid S.
I mean,
yeah.
so yeah, I mean, I could flip the 2 gigs, but
Yeah.
So-
But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
they're pretty much equals.
yeah, it's like we'll figure this out.
Yeah.
Elton bootlegs.
For the end of the tour, I pretty much agree with you both. It's a very solid S show. This was a show that I originally bought back in the day. I remember sending the copy to Greg, and I remember having a very strong affinity towards this show, and I'm happy that it's so highly ranked, unlike others that have sentimental value.
Oh my God! Will you please knock it off with that? That is so getting on my nerves.
Oh. No.
Up goes the Greggy.
Pop goes the... Oh, poor old Greggy. Anyway, no, this is a strong end to the year. I think a mid S is an apt rating for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I can really say on it.
Would you put it below or above Glasgow?
Slightly below. I just think Glasgow's got that a little bit more energy-wise.
And plus, it's Glasgow.
And it's Glasgow.
Yeah, with C5s. How about
No.
how about you, Ethan?
Well, to end the TierMaker, we're going to end on a positive note because I agree with all of you.
Yay! We all win.
Yes,
Yay! Well, except Greg. Yay!
Ethan, would you put it above or below Glasgow?
About the same.
About the same.
If not a little bit below.
All right, I'll flip it around. There we go. Okay,
There we go.
so so we have completed the group TierMaker project, and I'm going to tell you all of the gigs right now up front what we have, and if we need to make any minor changes or something, now's the time. So, All-Star from best to worst All-Star. We have Moline, Tallahassee, a Schoffenberg, House of Blues, Charleston 1, Charleston 2, Virginia Beach, and Winston-Salem.
Good.
We all solid with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yay.
S shows from high to low. Newcastle, Memphis, Montreal, Glasgow, London, Evansville, Knoxville, Audience with Elton John, and Birmingham.
That's fine. It's pretty much
Yeah.
aside.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much aside from Evansville. That's pretty much exactly the order that I have. So cool.
And A shows from best to worst. Ottawa, my beloved Fargo, and then University Park.
Again, slight differences, but okay.
Now the B shows. Amherst and Manchester.
Yes.
All right. So as a group tier maker, is this the agreed upon one that
Yes.
we'll go with? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. Now, TSS, your personal TierMaker that you built,
Yeah.
because I know there's some slight deviations there compared to the group, but what were your deviations?
Well, the real deviation was I put Evansville an A above Fargo. Fargo is at the bottom of A for me. And aside from that, it's relatively the same.
Great minds almost think alike. Elton Bootlegs, how about you? What's your personal TierMaker look like?
Pretty similar to what we've got. I mean, there are one or two slight changes. I mean, Memphis I had an all-star, but that's the only real one.
And then Ethan, what are your thoughts on this TierMaker and how we have slightly different ones on the personal ones?
Well, I mean, I can't really say that I disagree on anything that you guys have said. So
Yeah, my personal tier list, the one that's not being shown on this video, would have had some slight changes on a few gigs, but would be relatively the same. Like, for example, I would have had Fargo at the lowest of S, and then I would have like Tallahassee at the topmost A, and
Wait, topmost S, right?
yes, sorry, and excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm just so fed up with all the bullshit that was getting thrown at me. I can't even think straight anymore. But yeah, just a few minor changes, but the basic thing is pretty much the same. So not a lot of deviations, and I'm surprised that the group TierMaker isn't so different than the personal ones.
Yeah.
So, but man, I'm looking at this and I'm like, man, I mean, the last TierMaker we did in 85, 86, it was full of all-stars and S's and A's. And then US 84 was had one S, a handful of A's, a lot of B's, and a lot of C's, and some D gigs. and then and then Euro 84 had a few All-Stars and a few S's and a lot of A's and a few B's. So I'm looking at the big picture TierMaker. I'm like, there's a lot of fucking All-Star and a lot of fucking S gigs. And they're so... Yeah. And the number of these are so different than the A's and the B gigs, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, wow. So looking at this TierMaker list that we built, what can we say about the tour leg of 1997 and the gigs?
It's one of the most consistent.
You took the words out of my mouth. Very, very consistent.
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of fun sitting through these shows because I'm getting introduced to this whole big, different era that, I didn't give enough time to, because of either other eras coming in or not having the quality gigs or the right sources. So, getting everything all organized and complete and upgrades, absolutely fantastic. And man, did this year need them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, finally the 97 gigs are going to get respect. I think they're finally going to get respect. I mean, you have your few ones that have always been praised, like House of Blues and I think Winston-Salem and I think Wembley. But now that the gigs are out there, I think the tour is going to be looked at very highly beyond really enthusiastic live collectors and people like that. I think more casual fans might enjoy these more. But yeah, absolutely a fantastic era. And to wrap things up and kind of a couple talking points we should go over. And this time I'll start with TSS Killer, since he's sort of the guy here that loves these '97 shows, more than anyone here on that. Like, I love him personally, but this is his era. Like, this is like your era that you would kind of like put your name on. Like, this is my Elton era that I like to listen to. So my question for you is,
Yeah.
with all these great shows in '97, whether it be on the tour itself or the one-off shows or the individual performances, what are your general thoughts on '97, and like, how would you showcase these gigs to people, and like, how did Elton sound, and like basically I want your big thoughts on this era and why you love it so much.
Well, there's a few things. Number one, we cannot ignore the 800-pound gorilla in the room, and that is Elton's voice. Is probably, like I said, the best it has ever been in the '90s. Consistently, consistently performing at probably its highest level. In addition to that, we also have very long sets. We're talking about 2.5 hours on average. So you have a beautiful menagerie of musical tracks that are played during the set list. Also, once again, songs that were revived, like Gray Seal, and then you have fantastic versions of songs that were on the previous tour, but completely blow them out of the water. Also another one, of course, is Goodbye Yellowbrick Road, but also other songs as well. You have Honky Cat, you have Pilot. Like I said, and Pilot. It's like on the Made in England tour, the Pilot intros weren't really that that great. I mean, they were some sort of great because especially like in the South America one, where it was like they did like Song for Guy into that. But in terms of like getting into the song itself, this doesn't beat anything else really. And you have the big picture songs. Love's got a lot to answer for. Something about the way you look tonight, and then to a smaller extent, Long Way from Happiness on the first couple of gigs. But those songs, and then of course you have the Made in England songs, which sound like 50,000 times better than it did in the previous tour, where he didn't freaking sound like he's grinding the fuck out of his voice. But realistically, it's the band, the musically tight, some of the most tight musical performances and orchestrations, as well as arrangements that are akin to the 85-86 tour, except done better, because you have the pacing is a lot better on this, and you have a longer show. And not to mention that, when you have Elton on a completely on fire night, it's really something special, and it does like match some of his prime live stuff. And this TierMaker, just to see it on the screen, is proof that in terms of a consistent tour, this can beat Prime Live in terms of consistency, in terms of the consistent vocal performances throughout the entire throughout an entire tour. And I believe that everybody should at least listen to a few of these tours. If you're even the most casual Elton John fan, you will really appreciate the interpretations on the 1997 Big Picture tour. It is really worth your time. And even as a casual listen, I would just listen to random shows, because realistically, Charlie's playing, fantastic. And then you have, like I said, dueling guitars with Davey Johnston and John Jorgensen. And then you have the extra percussion that John Mahon brings to the mix, and even Billy Trudell showing his great ability at harmonies as well, and Guy's keyboard playing. It's just a great mesh of, this is how live music is supposed to sound like. And I don't think and Elton, even I think in terms of like overall like band prowess, Elton has had probably the best in terms of live music interpretation, Like you can go to other bands, but 9 times out of 10, Elton is better than all of the bands that are out there in terms of like delivering a live musical performance. You have to give credit to Clive Franks and his understudies for making these concerts just sound so amazing to listen to, and that's even proof, even in the modern era as well. Like some of the best music that you will ever hear. But in terms of 1997, this is Elton as peak in the 90s, and this should not be missed.
Yeah, and going off that point, his peak in the 90s, with this voice, you should, talk about, the voice in general, how it would compare, because, we've talked about how it sounds much better than, the 95 Main England tour because it's in much better shape, but how would it compare to, like, later on in his career and the Prime Live era, a little after post-surgery and the the quote-unquote commercial peak of Elton? Like, how would you put the 97 voice up against different eras?
Oh, it's pretty much better than anything from 1974 up until 1977. Like, it destroys it in terms of performance. And then it can match aspects of 84 and 85 and early 86.
But Elton had his commercial peak in 75. What are you on about?
Yeah, but unlike here, they can actually play freaking Funeral for a Friend without freaking the guitars fucking up.
Oh God.
Or how about the fact that Gray Seal from
destroys versions from 1974. It's not even a fair comparison. The arrangement is better, the voice is better. I would argue it's even better than the fucking studio.
Well, yeah, because it's live, live with the energy. Yeah, I mean, Elton's live performances are generally better than the record versions. So yeah. Or what about the other elephant in the room where? Remember when we first knew about Honky Cat from got with Winston-Salem and
because when we first got like Winston-Salem about 10 years ago, we said, oh my goodness, this is so good. And then all of a sudden in the last few years we've gotten the versions from the same week later in the week, and it's like, dude, this is like so much better than that shit. Like, why the hell did we even try? But that's because, as Greg mentioned at the top of the show, the freaking audio quality for some of these gigs, like Virginia Beach was like what, a 5th gen tape or something like that. It was completely really unlistenable.
Yeah,
it was like distorted. You couldn't even hear the damn songs and shit. Half the gigs sound like they were fucking underwater because of the freaking the low bit rate. Freaking like Greg mentioned, Fargo 64 kilobit. That's fucking. We're talking about it literally sounding like the artifact sounding like you're listening to it underwater.
Yeah,
and it was like bad. The worst. It was worse, and it was the absolute worst. And now that we have all of the gigs, and either I believe the worst copies that we have of these gigs now are 2nd gen or 1st gen, and everything else has been I want to say about 60% of the recordings now are from DAT tapes, digital tapes, and like I said, Fargo shines. You have Knoxville, which is, like I said, the best quality recording from this tour. Amherst doesn't sound the Amherst and University Park again, DAT tapes. Winston-Salem, obviously. And then you have stuff like, trying to think off the top of my head, any other DAT tapes off the top of my head, though. I think, I don't think there is that off the top of my head. I think everything else was on analog tape.
Mm-hmm.
But
Virginia Beach, I think, is a DAT too.
Yeah, so that was the thing, and like I said, when you had like third or fourth or fifth gen analog tape. It just sounds so fucking bad. It's we keep getting surprises in the Elton community because there's always that opportunity for an upgrade of a show to come out and it completely turns the table. As we mentioned with the last TierMaker, the show that turned the TierMaker up on its end was the final Newcastle show. Sorry, not Newcastle, Glasgow show. Yeah, sorry, Belfast. Sorry, last Belfast. I was in, freaking. We've been going for almost. We were almost. Yeah, we've been doing this for almost 5 hours. So
I can let you off there, TSS.
Yeah.
I was in the right region. Okay.
You were. At least it wasn't like Greg, who'd probably be in Australia. Like, oh, the final.
Yeah. So we had last.
show.
Like once 111 Belfast came out, that completely turned the whole complexion of the big picture tour. I would say that it was probably the upgrades for like Moline and then Tallahassee that really and then of course the other shows as well, the other shows from the first week, like A Better Copy of the Charlestons and then the Virginia Beaches, that really I think turned the TierMaker up on its heels, and also the Montreal one. The Montreal one, it was all of a sudden elevated to a point that we didn't see before. So that's what I have to say about it. It's a great time to be alive in the Elton community, to just have upgraded tapes or new shows come out, and it completely can change the complexion of how people see the tour.
Yeah, and I just love the fact that, especially when you get the on nights and Elton's in really good voice. I just love like the when he does the falsetto. It just sounds
so good.
It sounds really good. Like you go to Winston-Salem, you have that pristine falsetto and like nailing more notes there than he did in '74, which doesn't make any sense. And Prime Live, the only other version in Prime Live that has a lot of the key phrases would be Sheffield. So
yeah, and here you don't have the fucking fart phrasing and shit. So
change is gonna do me.
but it's like it's like as I said, don't let an aged Elton or the surgery put you off of.
He hit more falsetto in the song when he was 50 than he was at 39.
Yeah,
38.
Yeah, so it's like, really? And it's like, taken out of context, it's like, what the hell are you talking about? Then you listen to the tapes, it's like, oh, how he did. But
tapes don't lie.
They don't. It's like right here. But yeah, I mean, going over this tour, yeah, what I love is like how good the songs that were revived. Just they sound not only great, but they can beat other eras. Like I would say, like the Gray Seals from this leg of the tour are like it's completely smashed the live versions from '74, like without a doubt. And I would say Honky Cat, especially on the odd nights, is superior to most of the pre-surgery versions. And we got to tell that story about We All Fall in Love Sometimes from Winston-Salem.
Yeah, because you have to remember that the only time that this has been performed was like on the '75 tour, and man, if you just compare that and the Winston-Salem, it's like a completely different league. First of all, one of the biggest problems with the '75 versions is the band is not great. Like no respect to Roger Pope, no disrespect to Roger Pope, rest in peace to him. But in terms of like tightness of the band, it was really like loose, and then of course Elton's voice didn't help matters. I mean, he was hitting all the falsetto, but it sounded like some of the falsetto was actually flat, which did not sound good. But then when you listen to the Winston-Salem version, it's like he's just effortlessly nailing the song, and like I popped when I heard the final B4 being nailed, and I was like, oh my god, what the fuck is going on here? It was just a crazy amount of like excitement going around, and I was like, oh, maybe we should check the other versions too, and it's like, well, not really compared to this, because this one he just hits everything. And he hits it again, as we mentioned, I think a few times, where the gliding of the head voice in the verses, like or in the choruses, is just crazy. It is just absolutely like nailed, and it's exactly like a kind of a Prime Live sound to it.
Yeah, and and it's like, I didn't think, like, when I was first hearing this stuff, I didn't realize that we were sitting on a gold mine of a tour that has so many great performances of songs, like musically, vocally, and it's like finally we're listening to this, and the gigs are finally going to get some respect, and it's like, I would say back then, 10 years ago, I would say it was more of like, well, let's focus on like this and this and that, and then you have the instances where I think at that point 10 years ago, the vocal surgery stuff wasn't quite as fleshed out,
right,
as it is now, because now we know that a lot of the stuff that was been said is absolutely, misinformation at best, or completely false at worst now. So I mean, for a guy who, 50 years old, with been on the road for 27 years or something to that effect, vocal surgery and everything, supposedly lost all this range and falsetto, I think he did pretty good on this tour. How about you?
And I'm going to make a bold statement right now, and I know a lot of folks here in this call have already heard it, but I would say that between 1997 and today, he has lost no tonality of range.
Well, I'd agree. Like, you can still hear it today.
Yeah, like obviously,
in 1997, top note he's hit is a C5. Today he can hit C5s. So it's like he hasn't lost. The flexibility of the voice has changed, but the totality of his range has not changed.
Yeah, so it's like I would say, obviously, if you're to compare, 97 to today, 50 years old versus 75. Obviously, yes, he sounds a lot older, less flexible, and the tessitura and the passage and everything, it's lower. I get it, but the total range is still the same. It's just, it may not be as effortless or in general, but on a good night, he can still get it. And even on this most recent tour, he can surprise you with, ad-libbed, high fourth octave notes and C5s on Leave On. So, yeah, I would say from a general standpoint, that's completely accurate. So,
it's like a lot of parallels too, because the Alvin Tostig note that he last hit on this tour, he hit at one of the nights on the current tour.
Yeah, and it's like he's going for it, and
I think that's what everybody should be excited for. 25 years ago, have him as best post surgery, and then you have some parallels now. And I think now is the time to really get into the 1997 stuff if you haven't had, because like I said, the smoothness of the voice, the connectivity, the real the connection, the connected notes, the sustains, and the overall tone of his voice is very pleasing to listen to. Like, I can listen to his 97 voice all day, any day of the week. It just sounds that good.
Yeah, and I was about to say, because obviously this is the first TierMaker outside of Prime Live we done, outside of 80s. You know,
Yeah.
It's like this is the first for everything. So, you know, we talked about 84 and UK 85, 86 on the prior TierMakers. So, you know, so in another comparison, you know, and everyone here can chime in too. How would you compare his 97 performances to the Prime Live? And I'm talking Prime Live, like the whole Prime Live, not just like a specific year, but the whole thing. Like, how would you compare 97 to 75 to early 80? Sorry, 79 to early 86.
I'd say there are performances that are as strong. There are some that are better, i.e. vocal control in particular. And there are other performances as well that are just impeccable. That's the thing about 97, like, everything is super, super consistent. And then you're trying to find the Prime Live where he had a really, really consistent spell, and most of the time he didn't. 79, obviously, he was. Euro 84, he built into it and got very consistent, apart from the odd gig. But I can sort of forgive that, especially when you're completely off your face and falling off stages and breaking your arm and...
Yeah.
Announcement, he's broken his arm. Oh, there he is. Don't. Are you okay, Greg?
I'm fine.
I know. Yeah,
No, he's
they're
not.
right, I haven't seen him yet. Wow, so
So
sad.
Well, that didn't happen on this tour.
Oh my god, imagine. I've treated myself to a bottle of wine tonight. What? Oh no.
Well, he didn't hockey cat, you nailed it, but
Ooh.
yeah, it's
Oh, hi.
but yeah, so I'll say this to the three fine gentlemen. Does the Big Picture Tour, you know, 97 voice, how would it rank compared to the Prime Live? Like, is it better? Is it worse? Is it about the same? Does it whip certain tour legs?
Well, that
It's-
person starting with the letter G and ending in G, yeah, they might have a point, yeah.
Well, these two legs are better than the US 84 tour.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, I would agree. Even as a fan
Yeah.
of a certain show, I agree.
Yeah, unfortunately, that show wouldn't hold a candle compared to these. No pun intended.
The candle.
Never knowing, never knowing. So how would so the last TierMaker we did before this one was UK 85, 86.
It was.
And we had a lot of positive things to say about it. We had a lot of great gigs. So how would you compare Big Picture 97 to UK 85, 86?
Picking between your children now.
Come on.
No,
what's
okay.
better?
Oh, well, personally, for me, I would go back to 85, 86 first. But that's just me. And I know what way TSS would go. He'd probably go and listen to 97 stuff over 85, 86. But that's just the way we are.
And you'll be exactly right.
There we go. See, we're...
Because he was a better piano player in 97 than he was in 85.
Yeah, that's fair.
And also has I Don't Want It, which is one of my favorite songs.
Can you imagine I Don't Want Her in 85?
He probably would he would have fucking nailed it, hit C5s all over the place, you know.
Can you imagine it in late 86?
Oh no.
Do you know what's sad? I think it'd sound better than some of the 88 versions.
Well, yeah, that's true.
But yeah,
I can't really imagine it on the Steinway. You know the way it was rigged. Yeah, I can't really. Obviously, he did it in '93, but I'm on about like with the band set up in '86. I can't.
Right.
Let's put some horns on it.
but yeah,
That's an interesting thought, that actually.
yeah. I was just thinking about that. But yeah, as you can see from the TierMaker, absolutely love this and a lot of great gigs. So here's my question, and I hate doing this, but I have no choice but to go into the fire here. Since I think it's relatively safe to assume that I didn't exactly win this. So what gigs do you want me to suffer through?
Words.
What gigs do you want me to suffer through?
Okay.
You go first.
Yeah. You can go
Okay.
first.
All right. Let's see. Let's do. Oh goodness gracious. Rotterdam 2008. Is it no, it's not Rotterdam 2008. It's what is it? It's a different wait, no, it is Rotterdam. No, it's not. Wait,
Which one are you referring to? The venue sound?
Yeah, I think I know what it is. It's
Was it
probably
Cologne, or?
Cologne, yeah, Cologne 2008.
Oh. Okay. And what's your gig, Elton Bootlegs?
Oh. Well, seeing as you were showing us samples of it last week, I would like to hear the Elton John karaoke experience from 2003.
Yeah,
With your
let's
succinct
go.
analysis.
Let's go.
Oh my. Oh no.
Let's go.
Oh no.
dear.
Really?
Yeah?
Yes.
Well, I can give you a replacement if you want.
No, I'm okay. Ethan?
Well, I mean, seeing as we're talking about the big picture tour, I'd want to stick with this sort of era. And
I already
Greg,
uploaded
you do-
97.
and Greg, you're doing Cologne 98.
Ah! If you don't want the karaoke show, you can do Lausanne 89 if you want.
And if you don't want the Cologne 89, if you don't want Cologne 98, you can do 923 88 if you want.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't want to.
I think I'm okay with my original choices.
Also, Greg, I have a bone to pick with you.
What?
On the last TierMaker, you asked us for requests, and one of my uploads hasn't been done yet.
I uploaded San Diego 75 and
you
Brussels
uploaded-
95 and Milan 98.
I requested a certain Queen show, and it hasn't appeared yet.
Because we weren't doing a Queen TierMaker.
Yeah, but you said to me to request 2 shows, and I requested 2, and only one's been uploaded.
Well, when I get to
we all
when I
want
get
to
to
hear
the
Freddie sound like an emphysema patient during.
well,
Killer
when I get to
Queen.
the Works Tour stuff, it's gonna be uploaded.
What, in about 50 years? Yeah.
No, I'm sick of this. It's like I can't
wait to do that TierMaker.
I can't.
I like how I've invited myself onto it. But
Man, I would have slammed the door. Never mind. But no, it's just like I'm so like I was in good form here. I was much more, careful, and I was more analytical compared to the previous TierMakers. I was on form. I even had notes just to make sure I wasn't missing anything, and I still couldn't get the job done.
Hey, guess what's next,
Imbeciles.
though? Euro 86. I can't wait for that.
Yeah, so it's like I got to get the Wiener Hall shows up, and then I have to get the Rotterdam gig up, and then
Where's Good Evening Vienna?
shit. Stop it! Stop doing that.
I can't believe you tried to fool TSS with that. That was hilarious. In fact, you tried to fool me, and I just remember listening to it, and he went, "Sounds like a Euro version." That, and I was like,
Yeah, it's that
Greg,
good.
Play the end of One Horse Town is a better off dead than he didn't even think.
Oh, that was an accident.
Good evening,
but,
Vienna.
But but then but yeah, it's like I can't believe this. So before we wrap things up, my thing is, yes, Euro 86 will be next. I got to get 3 things up, and that's it. I don't have to stay up for 2 days.
Yay!
But and go beyond my upload limit. But also, I asked on a video, and I've kind of I'll play around with it a little bit more, like on the Discord, and I'll do it here too. But obviously, we got 97 out of the way, and the other parallel year is 86.
Mm-hmm.
What to do after? Because I did that video where I'm like, well, what do you want to upload? I'm getting results from Ray Cooper shows to 79 to like random years, solo shows, like so. It's like, why don't you 3 help add to the mix? Like, what would you like to see after I get 86 out of the way?
The 2021 to be short.
2022.
It'll be short anyway.
From with the 2022 stuff, it was like, okay, so we've done the TierMaker. Wait, he's got more gigs? Oh,
You fucking asshole! I ain't gotta like redo it like 5,000 times. Oh.
What would I like?
I'd quite like to do 82.
Oh God, that'd be
Ooh.
fun. I would like. Oh, I don't know what I'd like to do. Yeah, there's a guilty pleasure of me that wants to do 75, but I don't think the others would be quite ready for that. Plus, there's only 5 shows.
My thing is, I was thinking about it too, and I would say 92 one tour Euro.
Yeah, because the thing is, we'll do the tour legs separate, depending on the amount of shows. So, so we got 92 Euro.
That means more than that. Give us sad songs. We gotta do that.
Oh, so it's like we have 92 Euro,
82.
82 specific leg, or
No,
probably at the
82.
beginning. Probably 82. Okay.
Before we go, there's one performance I want to talk about. Something about the way you look tonight, played on a certain show. Just because it's one of my favourite references to the woman. Oh no, it's Rosie O'Donnell. Clang, clang, clang with the trolleys.
Well, yeah, and
Ding,
also,
ding,
and
ding
also
with
it's the
bell.
only, and also Elton sings it in the studio key.
Yeah, and it sounds so good.
And actually, I'm used to it now. Now that I've listened to like all of these gigs, I'm used to hearing it in the drop key, and I respect it in the drop key now.
Yeah, I loved it in the original key, listening to that particular version. And then he tells a story about how he defecated himself on stage in Paris, and I think we have the upload of that coming up on the next TierMaker we're doing, or something similar anyway. So my question before we go is, how much is Greg gonna lose on the next TierMaker?
Oh no. Okay. First of all, for Euro 86, I'm gonna win this one because the previous ones are just warm ups. So.
Oh come on!
So Euro 86, I'm gonna be nailing the stuff, and you and I we're gonna fight over gigs.
Are we?
Yes.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, we're gonna fight, and I'm gonna make sure that my arguments are better than yours, and I'm gonna get my way.
Good luck with that.
Thank you. And
You do realise there are 2 other influencers in the discussion.
oh, but yeah.
I hope you like losing.
Oh, for son of a bitch. But
And if you lose the Euro 86 TierMaker, I'm going to come up with a show of punishment that is just evil. Pure evil.
Okay, so Euro 86 is TierMaker. When when will be the best time?
Well, considering you haven't got long to upload it.
Early September.
Yeah.
Early September.
Do you remember?
The
Alright, so
21st of September.
I'm not doing anything on that date. And but yeah, and there's a really good reason. But but because
Time to fall down the stairs.
I like 58, but yeah, it's just but yeah, so we'll do it. So summertime, will that work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Works for
September.
me.
So I'm like September. Like September, is that set in stone or is there? Or
I think that's fine because at least it gives us an idea of, not to rush with the gigs, and also gives us a lot of time to prepare.
Yeah, it means, Greg, you can upload 1 gig every month.
I only got 3 things to upload, so
Yeah, and you still won't upload it until the day before we do it. So
no, I'm not gonna do that.
I think you will. Anyway, it can give you a chance then for the next TierMaker after that to get uploading ahead of that schedule. So
Yeah, so
I did, however, I must say to TSS, I did request to Greg that we did the US and Aussie 86 stuff in the fall, like in December time, like a nice preempt towards Christmas.
Wait, roll that back. You said we're gonna do it in the fall. In December.
Yeah, because because winter starts December 21st.
Oh god damn it! Just forget I said anything.
Hang on a minute. I'm using American terms correctly, and you're the one that lives there, and you're not aware of it. Oh dear, oh dear.
Well, I didn't go to calendar school, but
No, it's like your brain went through the colander, but
well, hey, I sacrifice certain aspects of intelligence for others, so I think it's a good trade-off.
yeah,
So-
time to wash out your brain like you're in Nightmare Before Christmas. Okay.
All right, you got it. So it's been absolutely. I had a fucking-tastic time getting my ass kicked for over 5 hours, and
Now we get to hear one of the worst gigs and the worst acoustically performed gigs of all time. Man. Really excited for that.
I
is
have a
so
request for the outro of this, by the way.
What?
Can you put the oven cooker song as the outro in dedication to your wonderful oven? The fact that you forgot to turn it on.
Do you put other issues actually in the outtakes of this too? Because that would be hilarious.
Oh my!
You're no new oven, are capable of great
I
things.
fucking hate that. I
But
fucking.
remember, no
Two ovens are the same.
You guys are not helping. This is my state of mind right now. It's like, man, it's like, it's not helping, and but look,
Now it's time for Greg to drown out his sorrows by going to Taco Bell and having 9 tacos.
What the fuck? I ordered that. You fucking kidding me? What the hell are you stalking my fucking phone? I got the app on here, and I had said, for pickup, I had like that big, that taco combo, and I'm like, are you fucking nuts? What the hell are you doing?
I read you like a fucking open book, Greg.
God.
Yeah, that's why we win debates and
No,
TierMakers.
you guys are cheating because I came into this.
I can't see your fucking screen, Greg. I'm just going against going on
You saw my
your track
fucking
record.
screen.
Your track record in the last fucking 12 years that we've known each other. I know you like a fucking open book.
Oh my god! Oh, great! Now I was gonna start putting the secrets all over the YouTube, and it's like, oh no, I can't hide.
No, that also means we have to get Greg a sombrero. Then he has to do the face like in Monterey '81 for Queen.
All right, look. I am getting so I'm getting so tired of this. It's like I was on.
I'm growing
form.
tired, and time stands still before
You know,
me.
I wish it would. I wish that it would. I wish it would stay. It would stand still so I know what I'm doing. Ouch! God damn it! Ooh. Oh, it's like I wish it would stand still.
Close
Ow.
your door.
And left me
Even my desk doesn't like me. But okay, so I am so miserable right now. My hand it hurts now, and
Oh,
no, you're like bouncy now. Cool.
Yeah.
But
all right.
oh my God. Let's end it. Let's end it before I get VTuber shit on here. I don't want to make VTuber references on a fucking Elton John show. All right, let's get the fuck out of here.
I had a great time, and I lost, I guess, but the results were skewed. So here we go. See you everybody on the next TierMaker.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
You lose.
Switch in music.
Fuck off! I'm trying to stop this.
Don't you know what love is? I do. Philadelphia freedom. Love, yeah. Yes, I do. I'm freedom.